Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lords, the final day here at the home of cricket. Of what's been a fascinating few days so far. Essex, the visitors, 4th in Division 1 last year, Middlesex Cricket, 7th place in Division 2, and it's probably quite the first 3 days Essex have been front since they lost the toss to Essex. And it's been a pretty tough few days. They did fight back yesterday with 380. It's a pretty tough attack for them. 77 for 4. Have a look back at the highlights. Higgins from nursery in to get us underway. Brown on strike. And off the mark. Width, given the treatment on that occasion, that one was a bit too much of a gimme from Higgins. It's a little too straight. Lovely shot. Murta giving it some air, looking to see what it was doing for him this morning. Oh, wristily worked, goodness me, for 6. Off his legs, clipped away by Brown, short of boundary. Gone, taken, an extra cover, Snowman with the catch. Brown departs. Oh, what a catch! What a catch! My goodness me, Higgins. He's plucked one out of thin air there. And what a wicket to take as well. Cook gone for 28. Look at this. One grab at it, and it was all he needed. Now he's at a strangle. Murta is asking for it, and it's given. Murta's got him down the leg side. Wesley's gone for 7, a second for Murta. Slapped hard. Aggressive from Lawrence, that use of the feet. And there he goes. Higgins picks up Lawrence, the Centurion with the first inning. He's gone for 37 in the second. Oh, he's gone! Rossington's out for a second ball duck. Glorious. And Critchley, he's into the 30s. Oh! Cry catch, goes past Eskenazi. And Critchley has a second 50 in the match. Murta asking the question, he's got him. Critchley's gone for 53. Oh, now just drifting down, I think. No, gone. Finger goes up. Harmer's gone for 26. Murta has a 4th wicket, 4 for 41. Bowls him. Big swing from Snater. He's been looking to take on Helm. Otherwise, they'll be walking out of the match with a -1, but just maybe they'll win it. That's dollied up into the offside. Simple catch for Higgins, or certainly he made it look simple. 210 for 9. Oh, now that's going to be gone. It is 211. All out, Essex. They lead by 307. Around the wicket to the left hand. He's given him! Now he had a long thought about that. Wraps on the pad. So he's given. 4 for 2. Middlesex 4 for 2 in the first innings, 4 for 2 in the second.
On the cards.
Big appeal, I think height on it. No, he's gone. 15 for 3. Now big appeal gone. Edgy. Got a leg slip in now for Eskenazi, strangled in the first innings, of course. Nicely swept away by Eskenazi. Short, given the treatment by Simpson. Oh no! The bad ball picks up the wicket. Simpson pushes it straight back. Stumps on day 3, 77 for 5 Middlesex. A game that's still alive at Lord's, but only just. Lots of work for Middlesex to do out there today. Good news is the weather's playing its part once again. There's a little bit of hazy cloud out there, but not much more than that to worry about. Should be fine, should be set fair for the day. Will be a fascinating day ahead. Let's see what the head coach has to think about it all. He spoke to us last night. Richard Johnson.
We're joined by Richard Johnson at the end of day 3 of our championship clash against Essex. 77 for 5 at the end of the day. Simo and Eski did well to hold off Essex's bowlers until near enough the end, but it's Eskenazi and Helm coming out tomorrow. How do you assess that evening session?
It's obviously another tough session for us. The opening partnership of Essex, obviously with Cook and Ports, is first class. I mean, excellent opening spells again for the second time in the match. We've struggled to cope with that full length, hitting the stumps, hitting the knee rolls, and we've got to be better at doing that. We've fought hard again since then, got a bit of a comeback going again, but still not enough at this stage. We'll come up tomorrow as well, and we'll work really hard to try and get something from this game. I believe in these boys to bounce back as best we can in the morning.
Our bowlers did a good job restricting Essex to 211. Mertz 4 for 44, showing that he's doing well.
Yeah, I thought on the whole we bowled pretty nicely. We struggled probably at the start in the first innings, and we got better as the innings went on. We started a little bit slowly probably again this innings, let them get away a little bit at the start, and then really got back into the game again. So we were pretty happy with our efforts at that point. But as I said, it's disappointing to lose early wickets again with the same bowlers and the same sort of modes of dismissal.
And looking ahead to tomorrow, obviously Eski's there still. He's really got to stay there and grind hard.
We'll battle hard. That's what we're about, and we'll certainly try and do that again tomorrow, and we'll see where that takes us.
John, thank you very much, and go on.
Thank you.
Richard Johnson there, talking to us at Stumps yesterday evening. Tough few days, as he said. Hard fight by Middlesex, shown in this and that, and I think there's no doubt in that Middlesex have managed to hang in there, try and fight and scrap. There have been a couple of sessions that have gone badly against them in this game. But to come into the final day, that'll be a frustration as well. As badly as a couple of sessions have gone against them, 77 for 3 overnight, you think, well, maybe there's a chance. There's obviously still a chance at 77 for 5, but it's a tall order, and Essex, the heavy favourites, to wrap up victory on this final day. 5 more they need. On the left, Mark Stoneman, I'm sure he'll be a little bit disappointed with the decision that he got yesterday evening. Sam Robson as well. Looked pretty tight calls, but umpire's call is umpire's call. And at 77 for 5, 6 losing beyond that, Milan, Holden and Simpson, which means Helm has got a job to do this morning to support Eskenazi. Try and see through a little bit of time. What can they take out of it this morning? What chunk out of the runs required? Still a further 231 for Middlesex. Can the 6th wicket pair, the night watchman Helm, help Eskenazi with? The match situation pretty clear at this stage. In their minds, I'm sure, will be pretty clear as well. What they've got to do, pretty much keep doing what they've been doing for 4 days, or 3 days so far. They've been relentless with the ball, Essex. They've not given Middlesex an inch in this match. Essex have fought hard, as Richard Johnson said, but just about keeping Essex in sight. So Eskenazi, he really batted well yesterday evening, I think, under a lot of pressure. So did Simpson as well. Simpson will be disappointed with that shot just before the end, but that is cricket. The bad ball picks up wickets. We've seen it time and time again, club level all the way up to Test. You've got to watch for the bad ball. And Critchley, who was struggling with his control in that game, managed to pick up a huge wicket for Stumps. 77 for 4 overnight. Simpson's still there. That just maybe there'd be a thought, a little bit of optimism, but certainly Porter, who led the charge in the first innings, Ian Cook will be thinking about short, sharp burst this morning. Second new ball available for them, 42 overs time. Should it be required? We're hoping not so. But it has been a case that the newer ball has done more of the damage in this game. Here goes Porter to Eskenazi, first ball of the final day. Eskenazi solidly in behind once more, so 24 from 84 for him. Helm faced the 3 deliveries last night when Eskenazi managed to get off strike and asked Helm to push back a couple as he did. To Harmer, 1 for 13 from his 12 Harmer with 7. He's going to be a big factor today, if required, of course. But what's that? 1 for 13 from 12. Simpson, in particular, I think, left-hander, played him very well indeed yesterday evening, which will give Middlesex some hope on this final day. He's stroked up to mid-on by Eskenazi. Holden as well was adventurous against him, but out sweeping 4 Stumps as well. William Angus Fraser, alongside myself, Kevin Hand, this final morning.
Morning. Cloudless sky in northwest London. How'd you say that? There's a few patchy clouds, aren't they? Light wispy clouds, but a lovely morning again. Middlesex going to have to get their foot down to win this, haven't they? 2.41 they require, they're only scoring at 2. Sort of pick the moment to sort of try to accelerate. No, it's
otherwise it'll be a handshake at 10 to 5.
Yeah, that's right. No, it's going to be a huge challenge for Middlesex here, as you were saying then. Battled hard really to sort of stay in touch with Essex, but they've just each time sort of pushed ahead. Dominated this game throughout, really. New balls, isn't it, really? The fact that Essex have been, certainly with the bat, Middlesex probably gave Essex 30-35 runs before they really got into the game. The bowlers, again, Essex with the ball, 4 for 4. Again, Essex got too easily, really, and with the new ball in the second innings, they've struck again, so it's been the usage of the new ball by the bowlers and the ability of the top order batsmen to cope with that new ball that's really been the difference, I think, in this game. When you look at it, I think probably that's got to be 120, 130 runs, and you bring Middlesex's target down to 170, something like that, and you think, well, that game on really, but 308 is a significant score to get, especially when you're 77 for 5.
Might have been yourself. Somebody certainly yesterday was touching on it just in terms of what a good track it's been, what a good surface this one's been. Perhaps Porter and Cook, their pace, what they do with the ball, it's just suited them a little bit better. They've been able to extract more from the surface than Middlesex have. 2 taller bowlers in Helm and Roland Jones who like to hit the deck. Murtagh and Higgins haven't quite got that skiddy pace that Porter and Cook have, and they've just extracted that a little bit more with the new ball.
They have, and I think we've just seen a really good example. That first over from Porter, straight on the money, every ball, little oomph, bit of oomph behind it. I know the ball now is 38 overs old, 39 overs old, but it's there on off stump, asking questions of the forward defensive of Steve Eskenazi, and I say giving nothing away at all. So yeah, Helm's probably should be the quickest bowler probably on show. But certainly the trajectory of Cook and Porter the accuracy of those two, and just that little bit of skid, they almost extra bit of pace that they've got on Higgins and Murtagh has allowed the ball to beat the inside edge and wrap the pad, hasn't it, rather than the batsman being able to cover it slightly and maybe get a thick inside edge or just get bat on ball.
Bowls or played?
Probably an easy chat this morning, wasn't it, for the Middlesex? Right, Esky, you need to get 100. Helm 30, 50 from Holman. Sorry, 50, 60 from Higgins, and a little 50 from Holman. Not out to see us over the line.
I thought Richard Johnson, just listening back to that interview there, he talks about the fight that Middlesex have shown. They've lost a couple of passages of play significantly in this game. But it's a relatively fine margin on the final morning here. If Middlesex were 77 for 2, I'd say, oh, it might be a chance if they're chasing 250. Those couple of passages have cost them dear, which they knew that would be the case coming into Division 1. But the fight that they're still in the final morning haven't been completely hammered out of sight in this game.
No, and you think, well, Essex have got 160 for 3 hadn't they, in the first innings, and then to get the last 7 wickets for 100 runs was a good turnaround. Walk off the field feeling positive, and the fact that you've got the opposition out for
edged and taken at slip. Night Watchman's gone. Cook with a comfortable catch. A little bit of bounce there perhaps for Cook as well. And Helm has to depart. Duck for him, 77 for 6.
Well, that's the first part of my plan in the bin. Helm getting 20 or 30, but a good delivery there by Cook. Again, did seem to bounce just a little bit. Carries through to Cook at waist, if not shoulder height. He took a good catch there to his right. Saying that, it was pretty straightforward. The delivery, wasn't it? Short of a length. Just batsman trying to find his way. Good dismissal for the bowler.
Well, this is the big moment now, isn't it? This is the last of the recognised pair. Higgins is a top order batter, isn't he? You know, Simpson's at one of his finest seasons last year, quite rightly has 6. Higgins slips then at 7, which allows him a little bit of recovery time as a bowler as well. Not that the keeper doesn't need it, Simpson, but Higgins batted really well in the first innings. Thought he was the most fluent batter on this pitch. Certainly by the close of the first innings. I think in the second innings Lawrence had gone pretty nicely as well. Critchley batted well, but even though it was Lawrence that made that century, Critchley with a 50 as well, I thought Higgins was the one that seemed to play the pitch best, play the conditions best. Middlesex are going to need him in this second innings now. They would have liked to have had a little bit of time out there for Helm, the Night Watchman, just to frustrate the bowling attack. Not to be.
But again, I suppose we've just seen already the sort of tone, setting the right tone each time. First morning with the bat, when they got the ball in their hand for the first time. And again, little things. I just remember yesterday, was it yesterday? Tom Helm wickets, he went for 16 and over, didn't it? First over after an interval. These are important little things, and we're seeing here now 10 balls have been bowled by Essex, nothing loose at all, on the money, asking questions of the batsman, wicket. One chance, well taken at first slip, thanks for coming. And it is these realising the importance of setting the tone early on and not finding your way into a game, which is so how Middlesex have certainly been with the ball anyway, again with the batting against a high quality opening attack that are at you. Fractions of mistake and they can prove costly, and that's been the case for Robson and Stoneman in this game, and Milan.
And behind that one again, end of the over. Or is it? It's come no, it is end of the over. 77 for 6. A Helm departing for a duck, the Night Watchman. Saw off those 3 deliveries last night to help Eskenazi through to the close, but clearly this is a day where you need your top order or what's left of it. These two, Holman was fantastic last year with the bat, had some really crucial innings down at Hove. And, Higgins at the end of the season returning to get a 50 before the season was done last year. On his return from Gloucestershire, and equally managing to get a 50 in the first innings here. They'll need him again, an average of 31 with the bat, 6 first-class centuries, 11 50s. In 65 matches. But Eskenazi, who averaged 40 last year, a couple of centuries and a 50. It was a return to form for him in the Championship last season, because he'd had a bit of a struggle, lost his place in the side the previous year in first-class cricket. Fabulous List A record, but talks about Higgins' average with the bat, so it was 30. Eskenazi's averaging 32. Again, a much better player than that.
But as you say, there's always, all right, 308 is a long way away. 77 for 6, 230 is required on a pitch that's still offering a little bit for the seamers, and certainly something from Harmer when he eventually has a bowl today. But spend the winter preparing. All right, Eskenazi's been abroad, goes through the pre-season, desperate to get out there in the middle and play a game. Might get 20, 25 innings in the summer. You want to make the most of every one of them, so there's an opportunity for these two batsmen and Luke Holman coming in after them, who would all want to be certainly averaging at least a number with a 3 at the start of it at the end of the summer. And that's 30, not 3 point. There's a chance here to bat for a few hours. Yes, it's going to be unlikely that Middlesex get close to this target, let's be honest, but the fact that they can start easing their way into this season by batting for 2 or 3 hours, by getting 50s and 60s on the board, and get something out of it to go into the second game, because you've obviously got your top 3 in Stoneman, Robson and Milan that will go up to Northampton next week, thinking, whoa, right. I'm suddenly feel under a bit of pressure, and that's just from yourself, not from anybody else, but that's just, you put pressure on yourself to score runs and to perform your job well. And if it doesn't happen, it sort of ratchets up a bit. But all of a sudden, Higgins can get some runs, Eskenazi can get some runs, and you're suddenly into the summer, aren't you? Rather than trying to find your way into it.
Oh, sharp single, had to be. Nearly a collision with the bowler on the way through from Eskenazi. Had to get round him to get to the non-striker's end, and he was in. So 78 for 6. Let's have a look. He just had to have a slight scamper around Porter, just there, to angle his run.
He's not the quickest, Eskenazi. Looks like he's running with a parachute on his back some days. It's a bit hard. They were doing one of those training sessions once up at Radlett. Obviously the S&C had got a new bit of kit, which was one of these sort of like backpacks that was a parachute, so you're running with this sort of small little parachute on your back, and makes obviously the sprints that you make that much harder. And said to Esco, it doesn't look any different from what you normally do. Didn't like that. Told me where to go.
Tim Mercer looking for the crossword.
Or Sudoku.
Times crossword for Mercer.
There's a lazy sort of response there, isn't there? Which is one to give him a bit of stick. But he got a degree, hasn't he? So he went.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He played for British University.
He plays the fool at times and likes playing the fool, but there's a shrewdness there.
A couple there, up the inside edge of the bat, inside shoulder of the bat. Gets away. It's very much Eskenazi's technique. We were talking about this a lot last night. Actually, he's got such a distinctive technique, Eskenazi. Just going back to those averages there, I said Higgins averages 31. He's a better batter than that. Eskenazi averages 32. He's a better batter than that. But actually, I don't know whether I'm still perhaps stuck, in old money really, when batters did average you know, 40. You want to get in the England side, you had to average 45, didn't you, in first-class cricket? Averaging, just touching 40, you probably need to average a little bit more if you were going to think about getting a call up to the Test side. But the averages are down in modern cricket, aren't they, for across the board? Is that fair to say?
Yes. I mean, sort of chats with Mike Gatting and well, he's not players not what like batting type of thing, and Gat averaged 50, and Gat is one of the greatest players of all, arguably Middlesex's greatest ever cricketer, and averaging 50 in your career is just a phenomenal achievement. But yeah, there were a number of players averaging in the 40s, but equally, I think there's a slightly rose-tinted view then. You suddenly look at Clive Bradley, averages 33, 34, Roland Butcher, early 30s, Will Slack, who was a great player for Middlesex, averaging 38, I think, something like that. So
maybe I'm not looking at old money.
It's. I mean, I remember because David Milan, before he left, I think he was averaging the same as Will Slack, but he wasn't sort of looked on as the same sort of player. Oh yeah, but the pitches were different then. All right, but why weren't the bowlers getting their wickets cheaper then? Oh well, so you can't have it both ways in the argument that everything was better sort of back in the 70s and 80s type of thing, which is what you hear a bit of at times. I think pitches are probably better now, but equally bowlers are better looked after, so they're fitter and stronger, and they're hitting the pitch harder more consistently because of the reduced workloads.
That's the one thing I hear back from modern players. It is the only sport where they seem that it's regarded things were better before. Bowlers were quicker, and certain modern day batters say that.
I really struggle with that because you look at football now, and all right, I'm not saying Stanley Matthews wasn't a great player or George Best wasn't a great player, but you look at the pace of the game now. You look at the pace of rugby and the power. They're nothing like the game that was being played when Bill Bowman was playing. And yet cricket's the only one that hasn't moved forward, and you think, oh, no, that's not the way. That's not the case. You could argue about the skill, and I defy anybody to say that there's been better bowlers than Malcolm Marshall and Richard Hadley and people like that, because they were absolutely magnificent. But to say that bowlers aren't bowling as quick now as they used to, no, they are. I'm sorry, they are.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. I mean, I've had this, I won't put names to it, but I've had this conversation with modern day batters. Some very good modern day batters who said, no, look at it, clearly, bowlers are fitter, stronger. Because you'd be saying this is the only sport that's gone backwards in terms of fitness then, if they're not as fit or not fitter or not stronger because of modern day science, diets and so on. But yeah, it did make me pause for thought there when I said that Eskenazi's a better batter than averaging 32, but of course he has a wonderful white ball record, and that's where the game has changed a lot as well, isn't it, for the modern day batter, where they do have that balance now of T20 cricket where they want to do so well. This is still the pinnacle. For the majority of batters, this is still the pinnacle, the first class game. Vast majority of batters. But of course, they love playing in front of a full house in a T20, and you go around the world in the winter and can earn a good pay packet with it, so it's a big part of the game as well. One for 6 in the 43rd. Just going up and down the averages of these two sides. You've got Mark Stoneman averages 35, Sam Robson 37. In comparison, obviously, Alistair Cook at the top of the Essex order, averaging a magnificent 47 in first-class cricket, 45 in Tests. Brown, his opening partner, though, averages 37 nicely as well, same as Robson. Wesley's another good example, 34 years of age now, played 5 tests, he averages 35. A single more here for Eskenazi. Back for the second. Well run. Oh, my goodness me. Had to be well run. That was a sharp throw. Direct hit might have been interesting there. 83 for 6. But that's probably a decent comparison, I think. Maybe Wesley, Eskenazi. Can he get it up towards that 35, his average? Is there a replay of Eskenazi's run, or his couple?
He's getting the whip out. But I tell you, just while we're here talking about it, I'll just go on to my favourite cricket website, cricketarchive.com. So Mike Gatting. Boom, boom, boom. First class career average 49.52. Phenomenal. Just looking at sort of that Clive Radley. Again, a Middlesex great, absolute legend of the club. 35.44. So, I mean, that's still good. I mean, playing a lot of cricket. So Gat scored 28,500 runs for Middlesex. Rad scored over 24,000. Mike really. .37.81. So again, someone who didn't really crack it in Test cricket, did he? I mean, obviously one of the greatest captains of all time, but a fine player, averaging 38 in first class cricket. Then come to Ramps. So Mark Ramprakash. Overall, 35,659 runs at an average of 53. I mean, that's phenomenal, isn't it? Yeah. Ois Shah. And again, I think Ois's record for Middlesex is probably underrated or should stand out and be respected more than it is. Average 42, so he got 16,500 runs at 42, which again is I suppose is what you're imagining that everybody was doing.
Yeah, and Ois did that obviously in quite a difficult period, didn't he? You know, from 2005 was my first year. Ois was just breaking into the England side at that point, wasn't he? But you know, Felix.
Will Slack averaged 39. Again, cracking opener. Graham Barlow, who opened with him, 36. So there's a little. There is a higher. It's 4 or 5 runs higher, isn't it? Paul Weeks. .31. He averaged 30.77, but he was an all-rounder coming at 6 or 7.
Also very highly regarded, wasn't he, Weeks? Everybody speaks very fondly of him.
Roland Butcher averaged 31.22. Then you get, just looking at the Sam Robson.
Yeah, 37.
37.56 or 38. So again, he's comparing favourably with your likes of your Slacks and your Barlows and your people like that. Hold. Keith Brown, who was a magnificent cricketer, wicketkeeper. Brownie averaged 35. But then you compare that to John Simpson, who's probably averaging 32, isn't he?
Just touching 34 now.
Right. So
Simpson now. And a great year last year again. I mean, he had a slight wobble, didn't he, mid-career with the bat. But it built up again to last year. Last year wasn't an anomaly. It was a climb back towards a very good performance with the bat. It was actually when Richard Johnson took over as interim coach. Simpson lost his place for the last few games of the season to Robbie White, I think it was at that point.
Mike Rosebery, good mate of mine. 33.5. So Mike Rosebery opened the batting for Middlesex. Peter Parfitt. That's an error before. He averaged 36. 27,000 runs for the club. A lot of runs that, isn't it? 27,000. and Dennis Compton. So you almost look at Middlesex, don't you, when you think of Compton, Gatting, Ram Prakash. Dennis Compton, 38,942 runs, an average of 51.85. It's pretty special. Bill Edrich, sorry, I'm going down yesterday.
No,
so
keep going.
he got 37,000 runs at an average of 42. So I mean, but those two are the legends, weren't they, coming out of the Second World War? And is
There they are. Compton and Edrich stands either side of the media centre. End of the over, 83 for 6.
yeah, and you sort of look at those two records there, and you understand why those two stands are named after them, don't you? The thousands of runs that they would have scored here, the hours of entertainment they would have provided to people in London coming out of the Second World War, and yeah, huge role that those two have played in building the legend of this ground, really.
They're fitting those stands, aren't they now, really, when you put it into those margins as well. Stands all over this media centre and indeed the rest of the ground now.
I suppose the one player that has done a huge amount here and not sort of recognised in any shape or form is Fred Titmus. Scored 21,500 runs, an average of 23, and took how many wickets? Go on, if you get within 100, 200, I'll give you 5.
It was a crazy amount, wasn't it? It's significantly more. I mean, it's obviously we've gone through it with Murtagh in terms of how many did Murtagh take, and he's on, was he just 900 odd for Middlesex, Murtagh? Is he just shy of 1,000 for Middlesex? And I know that he's 7th on the list, I think, at the moment. Inside edge on that one. But
well,
then
Titmus this is in their entire career, so it's not. To be fair, it's not just.
Oh, it's not just Middlesex. I'm going to give myself even less of a chance then, because the jump's significant, isn't it? Then you go to the spin. Isn't Murtagh the leading non-spinner now for the county? Is that right? Has he gone? I think he caught the last of the non-spinners.
I'll have a look
obviously
in a minute.
Jumped
I'll have a look in a
Edmonds,
minute.
Embury. I'm just trying to think up that list because I've obviously gone through it so many times, but. What was the question? Total or for Middlesex again?
Total. Well, I'll go
3,000.
Well, good effort. 2,830 wickets, an average of 22.37. He got 168.5. Oh dear. And the other phenomenal record that stands out is JT Murray's. Again, and you look at the all-time list of wicket victims for wicket keepers for Middlesex, and John Simpson is getting up that list. But JT Murray, first class, took 1,268 catches and 259 stumpings, so over 1,500 dismissals in his career. Single there. So yeah, Titmus 2,361 for Middlesex. He's top of the list. And you got Hearn, Sims. Sims was a seamer, I think. Jim Sims. 1,257. Embry 1,250. Young, Durston, so Alan Moss was a seamer. Fast bowler 1,088. Tarrant, Trott, Haig, Edmonds, Tufnell, Murtagh, 813. So would that include this match? Maybe we'll do.
There was a chat yesterday. He's 920 roughly first class dismissals now. can you get another season out of him next year as well? If you could get 2 seasons out of Mercer, he won't be far off 1,000 first class.
So Mercer's 14th in the all-time list, which is an exceptional effort.
Especially bearing in mind his Middlesex debut was at 27.
And he's sort of the number of games you're playing as well, sort of 14, 16 shot. Oh, misfield there, extra cover. So Higgins is away. 14th deliveries faced. But in those days, we were playing sort of 24, 26 matches a year. People getting 200 wickets a year.
Again, that comes back to fitness as well, doesn't it, for quicker bowlers now to play? I mean, Broad and Anderson, Mercer.
So there we go. So John Simpson's currently 4th in the all-time list, which again is a phenomenal achievement. 607 victims he's got for Middlesex. He's 158 behind Joe Morrell. Harry, that's an interesting one. H.R. Morrell, Harry Robert. It's called Joe Morrell.
I thought it'd be the other way round, wouldn't you?
But he's on 765. Price 740 and JT Murray 1223. Didn't take long, did it?
30 minutes. Harmer won for 13 from 12 yesterday. And they'll be playing him the same way this morning as they did last night. Last night was survival, and it still is this morning. Higgins, as you say, just getting off the mark, 14th ball there. Shot. Oh, might even get full reward for it, does he? Is it flip back in? It was. I'll take 2.
Before getting into Harper, it's interesting just looking at keepers though. I'll move along from this, but it's almost like wicket keepers are like monarchs, don't they? They have, if you get a good one, they're in the seat for a long, long time. And so you look at Middlesex's list of wicket keepers. You go to JT Murray, to Gould, to Downton, to Brown, to Nash, to Scott, to Simpson, and that's since 1960s. So in 60 years, there's probably, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 6 keepers really that dominated Middlesex's Middlesex Cricket, which shows that we produce some good wicket-keeper batsmen, don't we? There's a club in the last 60 years or so.
Ooh, bottom edge on the reverse sweep from Eskenazi. Obviously determined to be over the top of it. They're going to come back for a second. 90 for 6, Eskenazi on to 35. Interesting, isn't it? Now when I took over, Nash and Scott were battling for the gloves, and then Simpson arrives on the scene, grabbed the gloves off the pair of them. But Scott's not that far behind there on the list, behind Gould. Nash, I didn't realise quite how many he'd had, over 300 dismissals. Run away, a little edgy though from Eskenazi.
Quite a nice shot there. I think he watched that. It was an important thing, didn't he? Just run it down to soft hand so it wouldn't carry to slip. And I wonder, not that I was privileged to Middlesex's pre-play chat, but I would imagine the conversation would have been, obviously you're not going to be recklessly aggressive to Harmer, but got to look to score off him as well as just keep him out.
Oh, that one slides on past the edge. 6 off his first over for Harmer, a little shake of the head. 92 for 6. Lovely scene once again today. Lush green, gorgeous sunny day here at Lord's, and those that have come in, still a few taking their seats around the ground. They'll be hoping that Middlesex can at least push this through a couple of sessions on Easter Sunday. See a bit of cricket. It's the big debate Andrew Cornish was on actually about the scheduling of the county cricket. you finish on a Sunday, of course you might only get an hour or so the Sunday, which a few will lament, but then there's others who want the game played during the week, so they can get here because they've got commitments at the weekends, seeing family and other things that they want to get up to.
Well, one thing you can be assured of, you won't be keeping everybody happy.
Exactly what the CEO said.
Thursday to Sunday's quite a nice schedule though, isn't it, really? I think.
Yeah, I guess so, and it gives you the chance to get here for a a thrilling final day if there's one in prospect, which there could well be today. But the flip side of that argument, as you say, you never keep everybody happy. The flip side is, well, it might all be done in an hour on the Sunday if it even makes it that far. So you've kind of lost a weekend day's cricket.
You have, and I suppose it gives people something else to do. I mean, if it is over by lunchtime, you've got the rest of the day to slowly, if the trains are working, the trains working today. They weren't yesterday, were they? Drift off, have a couple of pints on the way home. Have a nice lazy Sunday. Ideally you'd be watching cricket, but if it's not and the weather's decent, you can find something to do. But I suppose if you started on a Saturday, you'd have Monday, Tuesday, which if people are looking to take a day off, they're not tend to be the days that you'd have off. I almost sort of remembered when we were, a while back, when we were playing. Higgins clips that for deep square to just behind for one. That you'd visibly see the crowd fill up on a Thursday and Friday afternoon, sort of after lunch. So it was almost as though people did sort of check out the office, leave about 2 o'clock, make their way to Lord's, watch 3 hours of cricket, have a couple of drinks, to sort of just before the weekend. And it seemed quite a nice way of doing it. You'd almost come out after almost after tea and think, well, I mean, there's a few more people here than there were at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. So Thursday, Friday do seem to be especially, well.
Is it doing too much? No, it's not. He's got him. Eskenazi's gone for 37. 93 for 7. And with Eskenazi, does that go the game for Middlesex? That's a big, big wicket for Essex to take on this final morning.
Porter's persevered. Keep banging in. Yes, he's had the keeper brought up to the stumps again, as with the Essex batsman looking to get a good step in, get down the pitch to try to take LBW out. Having the keepers up to the stumps does keep the batsman in the crease, and Eskenazi practicing the stroke there. 4 defensives been beaten on the inside edge. I must say it looked quite close from up here. We'll have a closer look now. Yes, that looks pretty adjacent. So in swing a nip backer from Porter, who's been once again immaculate in the lines and lengths that he's bowled. And a slight mistake from the batsman. And he forlornly makes his way back to the pavilion.
Yeah, Rossington behind the stumps there. He really fancied he had that one, didn't he? The former Middlesex man. Hopping up and down with excitement.
As we were saying before, he's coming at number 9, Luke Holman, very capable player. Scored some good runs last year. Real chance to spend a couple of hours at the crease, and that's how he's got to look at it. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be challenging, especially against Harmer. And Porter, I'd imagine, will come straight round the wicket at the left-hander, as Essex's bowlers have tended to do to Middlesex's left-handed batsmen. But there is a chance for him to spend a couple of hours out there against good quality bowling. Get some confidence, get some runs under your name, and try to ensure that the car that you're in, driving up to Northampton on Wednesday, is got a bit more optimism in it.
2020, I think, was his first year. It was the COVID era first. So I remember young leg spinner gets into the T20 side, I think it was. But I remember somebody saying to me, actually, I think he might be a better batter than he is spinner over the years. Might have the ability to be somewhere in that top 6, top 5 for Middlesex. Certainly has a calm presence at the crease. Certainly you'll need that right now. It's actually a good balance that he and Higgins both have a calmness at the crease. But not without a fair bit of fight from the pair of them either. Oh, goodness me. Little inside edge saves Holman there. Get off the mark with a couple. There's a long way across on that. Let's have another look. I think Robson and Stone perhaps feel a little aggrieved with the decisions they got last night. Marginal calls, perhaps.
Yeah, Robson definitely. I mean, that looked a bit high and a bit leg side, didn't it? So contact was made, so I think he can count himself a little unlucky. Stoneman, was he just outside the line? Saw Alistair Cook have a very similar. Not saying that a former England captain gets.
I'm still not quite sure why Cook wasn't out yesterday morning to that one from Higgins.
A better deal. Yeah, so a little bit of frustration. I think there's still a couple sort of questioning Max Holden's as well. The fact that it was from wide of the crease, it had to spun quite a lot that to come back and hit leg stump.
It slides on past the edge from Harmer. That was one question that was asked in the first innings. Could Middlesex have been a little bit more positive to Harmer? And goodness me, positive with a 6. All the way, brings up the 100 for Middlesex. 101 for 7. Some shot. I don't think he got quite as much as that. It's a big old boundary down below the Compton.
It's a big hit for a little fella. A strong little fella. Interesting, Harmer immediately puts mid-on back. This is a mid-on, sort of 3/4 of the way back. Mid-wicket, 10 yards in, 10, 12 yards in from the boundary.
Chop short. And Higgins picks up the single out to deep mid-wicket.
John Embry used to call them in-outfields. Have the man out, so right, they might try and push the ball for a single to the fellas at deep mid-on at deep mid-wicket, but by pushing the ball you then bring your fielders round the bat into the game as well, so old tactic by spinners.
This would be a good opportunity as well for Holman. He was done by one in the first innings, wasn't he? On the back foot.
Went back. Harmer's, well, he's a fantastic bowler, isn't he? That's the starting point. Taken hundreds of wickets for Essex. Arguably been the most important factor of them winning the championship for the 2 years that they did. But he seems to bowl slowly. It looks like it comes out slowly, but going back to him is risky because it almost sort of skids on off the pitch, doesn't it? And that's how he did Holman in the first innings. Holman went back to what he thought was a short of a length ball, and it was just a bit fuller, it was a bit quicker, and was through his defensive shot and hit him on the pad plumb in front. There are some spinners, the good spinners, where almost the ball seems to pick up speed off the pitch. Phil Edmonds used to do it. It's amazing. He used to bowl a heavy ball. It sort of looked slow coming out of his hand, and then it boom, sort of hit the pitch and almost seemed to gain pace and sort of splice the bat a lot of the time. But there's a big, strong, tall man, in the same way that Harmer is, really.
lovely ball. Beats the edge. Higgins. A long way forwards that one, a long way across. I'm just trying to think the logic of that. The amount of revs, you always get the revometer now, don't you? TV, how many revs are they getting on it?
But there are different things. I suppose a lot of it is most people deliver the ball. The ball comes out of the hand slightly differently. So, and it's how it comes out of your hand, I suppose, that influences sometimes how it reacts when it hits the pitch. And right, I was a tall bowler. And the ball, there'd be some pitches where I'd be more effective and some where I wouldn't. And other bowlers, for what reason, I don't know. Maybe the unique way that the ball comes out of your hand. I mean, it could be the way that you're bowling better on some days than others. But you got more out of some pitches than you got something out of pitches that other people didn't get anything out of. And other bowlers got something out of pitches when you weren't getting it out of them. I always remember Nick Knight, faced the first 100-mile-an-hour ball recorded on television. It was during the World Cup, I think, in South Africa, bowled by Shoaib Akhtar, who bowled rapid. And chatting with after, I was a journalist then, and chatting with him after, he said, well, actually, Javagal Srinath was hitting the bat harder at 88, 89 miles an hour than Shoaib Akhtar was at 100 miles an hour, just because it's a fuller length, but steeper bounce, hitting higher up the bat. So it's a different sensation. So whilst pace is important, it's the ability to get the ball to bounce as well that is. So a taller bowler can afford to be a few miles an hour slower just because he can get the ball up at an uncomfortable height from a fuller length because of the natural bounce he gets. So therefore the batsman's got less time to react. So that's why your best or your most dangerous bowlers are your tall, fast ones like your Ambrose, McGraths and your Morkles.
Ollie Rayner at the Oval back in, 2015 was it? And no, it would be later than that, wouldn't he? Picked up 15 wickets, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Was it
15 or 16? Yeah, it's 15 or 16, wasn't it? Remember we made a presentation, we got a little display with the balls in it that we gave to him at the end of the season.
Just went ball constantly bouncing past the throat of Amla from Rayner, just getting huge amounts of bounce. Who would they have had at that point? It was Gareth Batty, wasn't it? And a couple of spinners, and it was a pitch that everyone fancied was prepared for the Surrey spinners, but played into the hands of Ollie Rayner perfectly. 102 for 7 here, 49 overs done in this innings. Nudge of the gloves between Higgins and Holman. Pairing that Middlesex will hope will be a formidable pairing in the middle order. We talked about Middlesex batting a long way down in this match. The Night Watchman means that these two are both that little bit lower.
So we've only got 15 wickets in the match. Surrey had Batty and Keedy. Eight for 46 of 19.4 and 7 for 72 of 37.4.
Big stride from Holman. Long way forward, just outside off as well, perhaps.
Corey Collamore, player for Middlesex. Wonderful character he is.
It's a good bowler as well, wasn't he?
Really good man to be around, have around your dressing room.
Didn't get the wickets that he deserved one season in particular. Mercer picked up a whole load at the other end. Colin was bowling beautifully that year. I remember saying it to him. I think you bought a few wickets for Mercer at the other end there this year, didn't you, Corey? So you can say that, Kev.
He was well, I'm not just saying it because we did it, but he was a good signing. He was at that time with the bowlers that we had, to have a head like that around the dressing room, not just the way that he bowled, but the way that he led and the way that he worked with the other bowlers.
It's a lovely shot by Holman. Backward point, cover point and position. He'll pick up a couple in between them. Big old boundary, it would fall comfortably the other side of the square. Into the 50th, 104 for 7. He was unlucky with a couple of back injuries early in his career, wasn't he, Collymore? Which I think I remember Shill Berry writing about him in his early days, about the pace of Collymore, which he perhaps just lost a little bit of pace with those back injuries early on.
He was, but again, yes, he was quite a raw, fast bowler when he was young, but he sort of adapted and became a high-quality seamer, didn't he? Sort of, I mean, very similar to the way that we've seen Porter and Cook bowl in this match. Immaculate in his line and length, very disciplined. I just remember one season he seemed to be at the bat twice and over every over for a summer. Then you almost remember that. And I think he might have got 50 wickets, but he deserved twice as many as what he took. Change of bowling. Is it? Porter took a wicket in his last over, but he's off.
2 for 33, Porter from 15. Cook 3 for 19 from 13. 6 maidens. Scampered leg by. Just noted with that Eskenazi wicket, top 5 all LBWs. Stoneman, Robson, Milan, Eskenazi, Hold'em.
Just want to check the grammar on that scoreboard. So we've got Simpson, Court and Bowl, Critchley, Helm, Court and Cook. That's because it's Alistair Cook, A.N. Cook rather than
yes.
S.G. Cook. It would normally be called Cook, wouldn't it? But it should be A. Cook rather than Ann Cook. But it's A.N. Cook because of Alistair Cook and Simon Cook being the bowler at this end. Sorry, Sam Cook, not Simon Cook. Simon Cook, he used to play for Middlesex. Went to Kent, now coaching with Kent. It's funny how some names you sort of get used to. Surnames looks like Cracknell, isn't it? James Cracknell rather than Joe Cracknell. We've got Joe, James is the rower.
I've done that a few times. Shot by Holman, who won't get more than a single for it, but nicely played. It's consecutive overs now for Holman. You fancy if it had been at the other end, he'd probably got a boundary for both. This one straight too long leg, but the positioning on the shorter boundary of the fielder may have been different.
Just looking at the way that Essex are going about their business now, and I suppose some way it's interesting. Graham Gooch was here on the first day and had a chat with him, and he was sort of wondering whether Essex had played a bowler too many, should have kept an extra batter in. Harmer coming in at 7, maybe should have had another batter with Harmer at 8. But you look at the way that they are now, and he sort of said, well, you only need 3 seamers, and in the old days, you sort of did only tend to play 3 seamers, and a seamer would bowl 25 overs in a day. But now, with workloads and everybody being a bit more careful. You rarely see days where a seamer bowls more than 20 overs in a day. But Essex now, Harmer bowling at one end, basically just control. He's on. He's going to bowl till lunch unless something bizarre happens, and you can just rotate two seamers really at the other end then, can't you? You could just have an hour of Cook, an hour of Porter, an hour of Cook, hour of Porter, and just go through that cycle. So yes, every now and then you might want to change it up a bit, but you can see when you've got a high quality spinner, the way that Australia as well with Warren, didn't they? They used to just have three seamers because you've got a spinner on that can bowl for an hour and a half at one end and just rotate your seamers, keeping them fresh at the other.
This man can certainly bowl all day, can't he? Sharp. Higgins. He's on to 15, 111 for 7. Big old boundary, but he's managed to sweep it away hard. Couple more here. 113 for 7.
Batters, the beauties, aren't they? They love runs. I mean, that's their currency, isn't it? So you can understand why. But let's say still 195 runs away, Middlesex with 3 wickets in hand. But he can scamper in a second because it's another run next to his name. And you want them to want to score runs, don't you? So it's something you enjoy seeing, even though you think he wants it to run it around like a lunatic. Well, now scampering twos, but it's another run. It's another run.
I was tentatively going to acquire off air to you. I'm allowed to mention that the target to win is below 2, or the runs required are below 200 now. But again, this is a nice part of today. We'll talk him out now, but Holman an opportunity to bat against Harm. He talks about learning as a batter about facing Harm, but also learning as a bowler. I always thought spinners hated getting out to fellow spinners, but somebody put it to me recently, I can't remember who it was, an ex-player, ex-spinner, who was saying, yeah, but spinners also love scoring runs against fellow spinners. Could be 4 of them there for Holman to end the over. It's a long old boundary again, though. It's the second time he's got one away hard off Harmer, but it is such a big boundary, just pulled up inside the boundary open. They've taken 3. 117 for 7.
Spinners do hate getting out to spinners. A Tufnell was a typical example of that for Tufnell, former Middlesex, great Middlesex spinner. He almost used to say to Keith Brown and Middlesex's lower order, don't get out to the spinner, milk the spinner, don't get out, don't do anything stupid, don't give them wickets, because I suppose at the end of a game your figures will be compared to, I think seamers' wickets tend to be sort of lost in the group. Whereas if you've only got one spinner and you're seeing how the opposition spinner performed in comparison to you, if they've got 4 or 5 wickets and you've only got 1 or 2, captain will be thinking what you're doing about it. So yeah, spinners are very competitive. Coming in the bowl. So listen to batsmen chat and tend to sort of suggest that the first 15-20 balls are the toughest that you face, just to get in there, get used to the surface, the circumstances. the bowling that's coming your way, and both these batsmen now past that. Holman, this is 19th delivery. I thought it was going to tempt fate, but so you get your eye and getting used to it. Batting gets easier. It's then a question of concentration, not making mistakes, not getting giddy. Sam Cook in his 15th over. Probably got about 15 in the first innings. So getting into 30 overs in the match. Young, fit man. Probably feeling a little bit more as it's the first game of the season. Sleep well. Look after themselves better than players from. And they get looked after better. Middlesex. They've had the masseur Spike in this week, and I think Tim Murtagh sort of suggests that Spike's probably put about 3 years on his career, sort of getting his elbows into his tight back and hamstrings and thighs. It's a painful experience when Spike gets hold of you, but it's good. That's a great shot there by Luke Holman. Cut is one of his strongest strokes. Got fast hands. Hits the ball hard when he plays it. Looked quite tight, that actually. I mean, I don't know how close that was to off stump, but obviously enough width for Holman to think that he can play that shot, but it wasn't as wide as some, was it? So always worry when it's a bit close, the inside edge. You're trying to force a ball that's too close to your stumps with a slightly crossed bat. You can get a bottom edge onto your stumps, but on that occasion executed it perfectly.
End of the over, 121 for 7. 450s for Holman last year, 22 years of age, be 23 in September. Averaged 30 in first class cricket from his first 24 innings. Top score of 82. I think that was down at Hove last year when he was running out of partners, otherwise he really fancied that was going to be the maiden ton for him. 58 against Glamorgan here before the season was done as well.
Umpires having a chat. Is that the ball again? Yep. It looks like the groan and about the ball has been upheld. Saw the ball changed in Middlesex's innings. Well, Middlesex were bowling 2, so it was a problem last year. The fact that the balls were losing shape or going soft too quickly, and the fact that we've had a couple of ball changes already, and I think captains do try it on a bit more now than they used to, but if the ball that they've got isn't taking wickets or doesn't seem to be doing what they want, then nothing to do with the bowlers, of course. It's all down to the ball. Change the ball, change your luck. See if you can get a slightly firmer one. Suddenly give you a little few percentage of advantage when it hits the pitch.
So that box there, all of them are somewhere between 50 and 55, or somewhere between 50 and 60, are they? Is it each of the boxes are labelled 0 to 10, 10 to 20?
No, you just have one box and there'd be balls from 5 overs old through to 60, probably 7. I mean, you don't sort of often get the ball changed after 60, 70 overs, do you? Because the wear and tear on it then justifies the condition it's probably in. I suppose you're looking at a ball. There again, it's 55, 53 overs. We're not far away, are we? And they're changing. But no, there'd be just one box of balls with an array of aged cricket balls in them.
So that was a great wonder when they got this bad batch of balls, and immediately first match of the season they were getting the balls changed. Well, where were all the were they the previous batch of season's balls that they were replacing them with?
No, well, no. You did what you have to do is in pre-season knock them in. So in the grass nets that you have, in the warm-up games that you have, you'll try and say, well, that ball's had 25 overs of usage approximately. We'll chuck that in a different bag and use that as one of the spares for the matches that are about to take place. So it's a skilled operation just to arrive here for the first match of the season with a number of cricket balls of different age. Swoop shot again, but you sometimes, I don't know, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because as a bowler, like if a batsman's bat breaks or something happens to a batsman's bat, he can change it, and that's his sort of weapon, isn't it? That's his bit of kit that he uses. And you think, well, the ball is the bowler's, but the bowler obviously can pick the ball. There's 12 balls in a box, new balls in a box at the start of the game, and you go in there and you pick one. There's 11, etc., etc., and slowly goes down. And you want that ball to remain in as good a condition as you can. But this party that also thinks, well, a batsman, if he's knocking the ball a bit out of shape, if it's 50 overs old and he's blunted what's come at him, does he deserve the reward of being able to bat against a ball that is a little bit knackered, rather than it being replaced by a fresh and new one? So almost, if there's a field inside, you can get that ball changed, and you suddenly get it's a 40 over ball, and you suddenly get one which is 32 overs or whatever, maybe a bit harder, and all of a sudden it's putting extra energy into your bowling that you may not fully deserve. So I have a bit of sympathy sometimes for the batsman when the ball is constantly being changed and the bowlers are getting a better one.
Couple more. And that big boundary up there has probably cost Holman 6 runs now. The third one he's got away through there that you fancy many other grounds would have been 4, but up the hill and a big boundary. Mentioned his 50s, but he got that 10 for down at Hove 2 seasons back now, I think it was. Just shy of his 21st birthday. So let's see, best bowling in a match, 10 for 155. I think Stephen Finn did it just fractionally younger than Holman, picking up a 10 for. And 25 for 7. cut away again. Hellman's on to 18, 129 for 7. And these two, again, mention the calmness at the crease from the pair of them, but so combative as well. Great competitors, the pair of them.
Comes down like a scythe, doesn't it? And he cuts the ball. Boom, hands. Lovely shot.
Straight back on the spot from Cook to keep it tight on that off stump to him. We're back at that talking point, aren't we, about Essex have been in front the whole match. But 2 particular passages of play. What did you put, about 120 runs on those particular passages of play?
Well, I think on the 4 passages of play, to be honest, probably 100. Yeah, if you look at Middlesex not getting it right with the new ball on 2 occasions, that's 30 runs times 2, that's 60 runs, and equally Essex getting it absolutely right with the new ball and having your 4 for 4. What was it? 20 for 3. That's got to be worth the same again, at least. So you're suddenly looking at 150 run difference there, and
there's the match.
Yeah, that's the match, and that's well played Essex, to be fair. So can't feel sorry for yourself at the important moments when the tone has needed to be set. Essex have been the ones that have
just short.
Produced.
Yeah, 179 runs shy of their target. If it to take 120 off that now, one of those down on that 129 for 7 for Middlesex, the night watchman, you should be looking at a really good finish here right now in this game. Just single.
Seen sort of Higgins potentially modifying his game. I mean, he played very straight in the first innings, didn't he? And sort of was playing 4 defensives to Harmer when the ball was outside off stump or looking to hit it in the offside. He's certainly brought the sweep out more in this innings, as if to say, well, not going to lure me into pushing at a forward defensive to a ball pitched a foot outside off stump and ripping through my defensive push and bowling me. I'm going to sweep, so if it misses, there's a good chance that my leg pad's going to be covering the stumps outside off stump.
Coleman just got that one a little bit harder, having had 3 cuts not make it to the boundary rope before. It seems though he really tried to give it everything that previous delivery. Picked out cover. Oh, he's done well there. Angled bat, nurdled that one down into the ground. Lovely ball from Harmer to finish the over. Has he got one more? Look again at the end of the over. Well paid, 130 for 7. Look at that replay. $130 for 7. A quick glance at the scores elsewhere in Division 1. Kent's 7 for 1. They need 220 to beat Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire are coming to 331 in their second innings.
Turned that run well, haven't they? They've been bowled up 117 in the first innings, so it's game on. Last day at, is that Canterbury or at Northampton? Canterbury, I would suggest.
here in a couple of weeks as well. Middlesex away at Northamptonshire next up. Lancashire 72 for 2, needing a further 372 to beat Surrey.
They're struggling.
A dominant first innings performance by Surrey at Lancashire. 442. Cameron Steele, we were mentioning, weren't we? 141. Unbeaten in the first innings.
Sibley back. Who's started?
Warwickshire still in the first innings. Their match down at Taunton, 361 for 7, leading Somerset by 77. Hoping to put a little bit of pressure on, I guess, before the day's out at some point.
They get another 100 runs, and so they make it awkward for Somerset this afternoon.
Haynes still going on 107, number 4. Division 2 Championship, Derbyshire 335 for 8. They lead Worcestershire by 183.
Be an interesting afternoon.
On at Derby. Lewis Deploy still going on 87.
He's a good cricketer, he is. Went for quite a significant sum in the 100 draft.
Billy Godleman, former Middlesex man, 86 at the top for Derbyshire. I think he got, yeah, he did 50 in the first innings as well. 70 and 86 in the match for Billy. Worcestershire were 473 all out in their first innings. 109 from Waite coming in at number 8. Crucial runs they are now.
He's was it Gloucester? He's a Yorkshireman, Yorkshire all-rounder who played a bit with Gloucestershire and then moved to Worcester.
Yeah, good day brewing there at Derby.
But again, just looking at our conversation we had the other day and about early season runs.
Turn back up the slope.
But just looking at the matches, Northants 331, 220, all right, not the highest. Surrey 442, 292 for 6. Dabs that into the offside. Middlesex relatively low scoring. Somerset 284, Warwickshire 366 for 6. Derbyshire 321, 335. Worcester 473. Glamorgan got 400, Gloucestershire got 400, 335 and 376 in the Sussex-Durham game, Yorkshire 500 and 400. So there's a lot of runs scored in April, even though people sort of say, oh, this is a seamless time of the year. There are a few sort of what they call cliches or stereotypes that are win the toss, you bat, always enforce the follow on. And there's not many runs scored in April.
Good leave, Luke.
All of them. Not really true, but it's pretty sound leave, isn't it? It's about 9 inches.
Cricketology. Away again from Holman. I hesitate to say he'll get full reward. It loses pace once more.
Run 2 there, as though the batsmen are slowing down. Higgins is quicker running his runs than he is Holman's. Save the energy. If that'd have been a cut-off Sam Cook out there, they may well have scampered for a third.
It's a good 8 runs, that. Longer boundaries cost Holman off Harmer this morning now, hasn't it? 134 for 7. Andrew Sampson was here yesterday. It was David Kendrick. Must be one of the highest scoring first rounds championship in recent years. I know what you're saying, there's actually more runs scored in April than people perhaps give credit for.
Not perhaps, than they do. And there are a lot more runs scored, and it's not a freak.
You got any thoughts on that? Why?
Well, as I think I said the other day, the fact is that the groundsman has had an uninterrupted time to prepare a pitch, and when they're given time, they do it well. It's when it gets to the middle of the season, they're juggling watering, can't get on the pitch because this game's being played. It just becomes a lot trickier process.
How far back's that stat? Do you know? Because obviously there was the doing away with the toss for a couple of years as well, wasn't there? Whereby,
but that wasn't really for April. That was more just generally sort of sides producing a seamer and wanting to give themselves a 50% chance of getting the conditions they wanted. Whereas, obviously, if you haven't got the toss, then you lose that. It becomes a 0% chance of change of bowling.
Snacer into the attack for the first time today. Just had a couple of overs from the nursery end yesterday evening before Harmer came on. What was your feeling on that when they removed the toss? I know, just from a neutral, from a spectator point of view, just there was that little bit of fun on the first morning seemed to be gone. You know, he's won the toss.
I suppose it's the constant desire of, I suppose, the behaviour of counties can be ordinary at times and very short term in sort of looking at what suits them. I suppose it didn't really do Middlesex much favours because we don't have huge input into the pitches out there, and I agree. I just think you can. I think Australia gets it right. And Australia have been the best side, have produced the best cricketers in the world for India. Are ridiculously strong and competitive now, but historically Australia have produced the best cricketers, had the best side, and a lot of that's got to be down to the conditions that they play, train, work in. And they don't worry about pitches there. They haven't got, New South Wales aren't sort of having chats and meetings with the groundsman 2 or 3 days before the game. Can we leave it a bit bare there because we've got a spinner? They just produce the best pitch you can, and it's our job as a team, as coaches, to produce the cricketers that are going to exploit those conditions. You suddenly start trying to produce surfaces and everything gets very funky, doesn't it? And you're compromising people, and that's what happened, sadly, on a number of occasions in county cricket. Shot, right? Leaving grass on, shaving them bare, etc., etc. Looking at some pitch, I remember going to some grounds and you sort of see these huge, great big sort of saucer-shaped areas where the pitch is a different colour on the spinner's length to the rest of the square, and you think, come on, it's really. And so yeah, we just want to produce good pitch. I know Richard Johnson and others will have a word with Carl, the groundsman. I'm sure England might probably be having a word with Carl before the test against Australia this summer. But if you win a game, and that's the annoying thing, if you win a game, or the game, no one says anything about the groundsman, but if you lose a game, it's the groundsman's fault, isn't it? Well, everybody's looking at the pitch.
End of the over, 135 for 7. 40 minutes to lunch on the final day.
And the remarkable bits of kit at the pitch, when you sort of think, I mean, we've had, well, all right, we had 60 overs, was it, on the first day? So 60, 90, 180, 190, 250. Getting up to 300 overs bowled on that surface. That's 1,800 deliveries ball pitching on the same spot on numerous occasions, all the traffic running up and down it, batsmen doing gardening, running across the pitch, bowlers, fielders, etc., etc., and yet the number of balls that misbehave, you can count on your hand. To sort of work on a piece of turf that is alive and changing. They're remarkable bits of sort of technology now, really, aren't they? Even though they are sort of live things, produce fascinating games of cricket.
I don't think we've really talked about the pitch in this game, which is, you know, it's like a good referee in football, isn't it? If you haven't mentioned the ref, he's had a good game. The only talk we had of this pitch was on the first morning when Alan Coleman said ahead of play he fancied it might just be a fraction on the slow side, and it probably proved more that way just for the Middlesex bowlers, as we talked about thereafter, the skiddiness of the Essex bowlers. It's been another fine surface here at Lord's. Reverse sweep from Holman. Well, he's waited a while to try and get 4 through point or backward off. He's done it now through a reverse sweep. He's on to 24, 140 for 7.
Played that shot 30 years ago. There'd be some coughing and spluttering in the pavilion, wouldn't there? What the hell is he doing playing a shot like that? But perfectly acceptable part of a batsman's armoury now. And again, a thing that really does. I mean, Harmer's a seasoned bowler, so he's not going to sort of suddenly change his tactics, and it's going to mess him around too much. Although, again, a little bit short there, and Holman pushed it away. They're going to come back for the third. Yeah, they should do.
Higgins has scampered that one. Holman's overtaken him. He's on to 27.
For John Embry, I mean, again, John Embry, Middlesex legend, great bowler. He really struggled when people start reverse sweeping, because had his field, 6-3 field.
50 partnership, sorry. He's crept up on all of us.
He played these two. A single. So Middlesex been far more industrious against Harmer this morning. About 12 overs for about 13, 14 runs, hadn't he, overnight? 15 runs maybe, one. But it was 8 overs, nearly 5 and over. So just goes to show that you suddenly start playing a few calculated, well thought out strokes against a high quality spinner. You can upset them a little bit too. But so before, Harmer's been around the block long enough. Knows that his side got 160 runs still in the bank. But somewhere along the line he's going to produce that ball that's going to create a chance, half chance, and put the Middlesex batsmen under pressure.
Good game down at Hove. Just seeing the scorecard down there. Sussex, they're nearly there. I looked a moment ago. 13 to win with 2 wickets standing there. 224 for 8. Carter with 25. Carson with him now. It was the last one we didn't get through in Division 2, wasn't it? They, yeah, it's a really good finish down at Hove.
So what do they need to win? They need 2. They need 7 runs.
Yeah, 231's the target.
Well, 9-3 for 5 they were at one stage. So all been very relaxed and still be a bit nervous in that dressing room. One ball changes it all, doesn't it? If you're that in position in Middlesex, you thought, right, if we lose a wicket and that's Murtagh out there, then...
Just about to ask, how would you be doing if Murtagh was walking out one to win?
It looks, oh, we've got 2 wickets, and they think, well, yeah, but...
There was a batting point somewhere. I remember sat next to you. I was off air at that point in an away game. Murtagh was out there, 249 all out. Some splattered Murtagh's bat and head in the air.
thing is, you feel that you can be critical of Mertesacker because your respect for him is huge and admiration for what he's achieved for the club is huge, but it doesn't still prevent you from infuriating you at times. He had a wild slog at once. One it might have been 299. Nicked it, caught behind. You just think, oh God, what's going through your head?
Just kept a fraction low on Higgins, nipping back down the slope, as it will do. The ball does jag back in, it can keep low.
And then equally, just looking at this dismissal, or not dismissal, this delivery. A little low, not ridiculous. But then equally, that afternoon at Old Trafford when we needed to draw to avoid relegation against Lancashire, I think that's the annoying thing. When he puts his head down and he wants to, he can bat well and bat properly.
Mercer and James Harris saving that game, sent Lancashire down. And Morgan batted for a couple of hours as well, didn't he, to help save that one?
He did, it was almost, I mean, Glenn Chappell was remarkable in that game, wasn't he? I think he hit a six, didn't he, to last, I don't know, to get the bonus point that suddenly meant that the game, I mean, there were 2 or 3 times when Middlesex were almost within a ball or 2 balls of having a nice, relaxed last day or so. Guided down there to third man by Ryan Higgins. Don't think it's going to beat the fielder. Just pulls it in.
Forgotten about that 6, yeah. Yeah, it was on 5 Live Sports Extra, that match. Remember Kevin Howells was there. A whole group of us. Former Lancashire team player who was the Nottinghamshire captain, Stephen Mullaney, was the summariser for that match, and he was great fun.
Well, he was annoying me.
Were you listening? Were you not there?
Well, no, I was sat in a box next door, so I could hear you commentate, and I thought, he was getting on my nerves. He is.
I was about to ask, and I was going to add to the list now, other than commentators, directors of communication, and Tim Mercer, what was your greatest frustration in the administrative period you had as director of cricket with Middlesex?
I enjoy watching on my own, collect my own thoughts rather than listen to other people's views.
Just a single for Higgins on the reverse sweep. And pitches. We won't mention Taunton. Everyone thinks of the rake game, but of course there was the one where they switched. Chris Rogers switched it on the morning of the match, didn't he, when he realised Tim Mercer was away with Ireland, Roland Jones and Finn were away with England. He knew that, and he said, where's Mercer? Well, he's away with Ireland. Quick, quit playing on that green one. Yeah, Middlesex won the game.
Yeah, our bags have been on it.
Yeah.
It's because it's near the practice pitch anyway.
That was a fun one of the pitches.
Yeah, it's funny how a sort of rivalry with a county sort of comes through, and Somerset has been that way, isn't it? Been there a couple of times and heard people say things behind your back as you're walking away around the ground. Restrain yourself.
Found that Middlesex Lancashire game from 2014. Match drawn. Relegated. Lancashire. Middlesex had a flying start that year, if I remember, as well, didn't they? 2014, or was it 2015? Had a really good start, one of the 2 seasons, then it just faded away a bit. Obviously stormed then, 2016. It's good from Holman. Again, is he going to be denied by the... No, not on this occasion. It's that little bit more downhill towards the Compton, isn't it? The tilt of this ground here at Lord's. That's the 150 up for Middlesex, 152 for 7. Holman onto 31, overtaking Higgins again. Chris Rogers at the top of the order for Middlesex in that one. Was that his last year, 2014? I think it was, wasn't it? Or was it 2015?
I think it was here in 2015.
2016 was Vogis and Bailey, overseas bats. He scored 33, Joe Denley 38. Middlesex were all out for 214 in a match again that Lancashire had to win, and with bonus points to stay up in Division 1. Lancashire then 302 for 8 declared. Chapel ended up 45 not out, that's 6 to bring up the bonus point.
Well, that's right, they got the bonus point, and also by not losing the 9th wicket deprived us of a bonus point. That was the sort of little tip over, wasn't it? So it was like a 2-point swing.
Everyone always asks me, why haven't I written a book about Middlesex in 19 seasons commentating on Essex? Nobody talks to me for it. Have you ever written a book? Have you ever done an autobiography yet? I don't think you have, have you?
No, I sort of did a tour diaries thing when I was playing. And not that, some spare moments I've sort of started doing things. It's funny today, actually, why I was a little bit late over here. I say a couple of minutes late. Close for that shot, but he squirted it down to third man. Yeah. Put it onto the ground.
It was three more. Crowd. There was a big ooh and an ah in the effects mic. I think a few in the crowd thought that it went past at catchable height, but straight into the ground. Yeah, bump ball.
But you almost sort of think, I don't know, an autobiography is slightly different, where you sort of pick things like third or fine leg or night watchman, and then you can sort of, what's it all about, and then talk about characters, your experience, sort of tales and stories and stuff like that experienced during your career. Because mid-on is a certain field. Mid-on is normally where, well, fine leg to mid-on, isn't it? That's the sort of the donkey, the least agile, least athletic field. That's where I used to be anyway, as a bowler. First slip, first, second slip, certain characters, wicket keepers, obviously short legs, you've got coaches, you've got captains, you've got sort of the positions or words used in cricket, and then sort of using that sort of as a way in. I was just doing something this morning for an hour or so. During the winter, sort of sat next to Heather, who's the sort of curator in the museum at the back of the pavilion, and sort of sat next to her at the Christmas lunch and chatting away and saying about, I've still kept all my boots, or a number of pairs of boots from my career. She said I'm fascinated with cricket boots and how their sort of design and sort of have changed over the years. So you go back to my cricket boots sort of in the mid-80s really. And she said, well, I'd love a pair of them to put them on display. So I thought I'd sort of started writing about the boots this morning, and as a teenager, coming through the age groups, probably wearing a pair of Gunner, wearing a shoe, maybe wore a pair of Gunnermore Seamers, which are sort of very few actually proper pairs of cricket bowling boots on, and get a contract with the Middlesex staff. Don Bennett, the Middlesex coach. Look after your feet, they're the most important part of your trade. By looking after your feet, you start to think about decent footwear. See what Norman Cowan's, Wayne Daniel are wearing. They're getting their boots specially made by a bloke called Hope Sweeney, who's in Australia. Lovely soft kangaroo skin boots. I'll have a pair of them, but they're 270 quid. You're on contract of £1,700 a year or something like that, or £3 grand, and suddenly you're spending a high proportion of your 20% of your contract on boots. But you go and get a pair of, in England there's a bloke called Ian Mason. There used to be a company called Whiting's that made boots. He retired in the 70s. I think a bloke called Ian Mason then took it on, and I used to go up to Sutton Coldfield, get your feet measured, produce the last, and you have these beautiful boots. Richard Hadley was wearing them, and you think, well, yeah, if they're good enough for him, they're good enough for me. So you suddenly sort of go and order these £300 pair of boots, kangaroo skin, beautifully made to measure. Like Christmas Day when they arrive, sort of smell beautiful, Afraid to wear them because you don't want to damage them, but and then you bowl your thousands and thousands of balls in half a dozen or so of these boots that this fella's made for you over the years. And because technology or investment by footwear companies into cricket boots was zero then. And then slowly in the mid-90s, a couple of Reebok started to do boots. Pony did a boot called the Pony Paceman, which I really liked. And I started using got a picture outside leg. Started wearing their boots. Pony went bust, or Pony stopped doing cricket boots. That was about the time that everybody was buying cross trainers, shaving a bit of the sole off, sticking a spike to it. And it's just how the boot technology has moved through your career. And even the boots now, whilst obviously far more thought is put into their development, and the boots that sort of bowlers are wearing today and Anderson and Broad have worn for the last 10 or 15 years, far better than the off-the-shelf boots that you could buy when I was young. I still defy that any of them are better than a pair of Masons that I sort of had back then, and the fact that, to be fair, I never had any feet problem during my career. For someone who's bowled thousands of overs, your feet are still in quite good nick, and that's because you've looked after them. Because the batsman may sort of look at his bat. Actually, I was speaking to Jamie Cox about it, and he said he was very particular about gloves, because he thought gloves were the sort of thing that gloves need to be comfortable, need to feel right on your hand, and that attention to detail is crucial. Sorry, I'm going on a bit there. There was how something like boots can excite you, but there was a famous basketball coach, wasn't it? And the first thing that he did to all his players was show them to put their socks on properly. Blisters. Obviously, basketball players miss so many games with blisters. Show someone how to put their socks on properly.
What era are you talking? A basketball coach?
Probably 90s. Quite a famous shot, right? Bowler straight, a bit straight there, and he's glanced it for 4. Moves on to 35. It's interesting. I suppose there wasn't a huge amount of time difference between when Higgins and Holman met in the middle. But Holman, until that shot, moved ahead of Higgins.
Wasn't the famous coach Phil Jackson, is it, from the Last Dance? Have you watched that documentary? It's phenomenal.
That was brilliant, I agree. But it wasn't him, no.
Oh, what a response that is from Allison. Very, very good response indeed. One of the better balls for a while. Cool. Not much Higgins can do about that. 65 balls face. It'll be one of the toughest ones so far.
John Wooden. How to put socks on. Legendary UCLA basketball coach John Wooden began the first practice of every pre-season with a lesson on how to put on socks. Kevin just asked me, is there anything? I suppose you don't want the seams at important points, don't you?
Well, I think we've all done that, haven't we? On the little, if you really think about it, you know, we've all quite got the sock on properly this morning. The seam is just annoying one of your toes, but if you're a basketball player,
yeah, and you've got them on for hours every day, twisting, turning, stopping, jumping. You get a blister, it's hard to get rid of, and suddenly a blister becomes a sore. And
we've all done it rushing out of the house. You put on a pair of shoes and you haven't quite got the seam right in your sock.
And we've all sort of probably been going on a decent walk, and you suddenly feel that little sort of burny itch in your sock, and you think, that's a blister coming, isn't it? And what can you do? Once it's there, it's there. You can't. There's nothing you can do once it's there, isn't it? The one thing you can do is prevent it being there in the first place. I mean, again, it's not nice. We've seen some bowlers with horrible toes. Again, I used to have the ponies, which I really enjoyed. They were a good boot, pony paceman. And but even they sort of cut the toe out of them just to sort of stop the impact of your toe. I mean, you're landing as a fast bowler with 6 or 7 times your body weight going through your feet, and your foot gets pushed down to the end of your boot. And if again, the great thing about the Masons is that the leather was soft, so the leather used to give. But a lot of bowling boots have sort of a little lip that comes up to offer a bit of protection, sort of dragging and things like that. But then your toe hits that, and suddenly sort of lose your toe and get awful sort of discomfort. So a lot of bowlers, Derek Pringle I think was one of the first to do it, sort of started cutting the toe out of his boots.
That was going to be my next question, yeah, I remember that. Because I think like the first pair of boots that I'd have had, I think they were the more kind of older, leathery, flat bottom, these spikes on the bottom, but then obviously trainers came in basically, didn't they? They were more like a...
But another thing, it always seemed as well that Australia, I mean cricket, I think, in the public's consciousness, in Australia is sort of a bigger sport in some ways than cricket in England, and therefore the kit that they seem to be more glamorous, because obviously it's more interest, more sales, and they all seem to have better boots, footwear than you got in England. I suppose maybe because of the hard surfaces there, it would be horrible if you didn't get the right footwear on playing an Australian pitch, but Puma Sheffields, they used to be a really good rubber-soled training shoe, batting shoe. But one of the, I think my brother was, I mean my brother, I phoned my brother up this morning because he used to get his boots made by a bloke called Bob Cook, who in Greater Manchester, who again used to make bespoke, made to measure sort of footwear, or certainly footwear that was far more forgiving, offered you some support in the ankle.
The over 161 for 7.
And he was the sort of, I don't know whether he started it or not, but there was, well, brought up in Harrow Weald, so in Harrow. My mum still lives in the house that Alistair and I were brought up in, and Belmont Circle's about 2/3 of a mile away, and there's a cobbler's on Belmont Circle, Brian and Brenda's, knackered little cobbler's shop. It sort of nothing's been done to it since the 1950s, I don't think, and that was the first place where he sort of almost took a pair of cross trainers and said, I'll tell you what, could you stick a cricket sole onto this? And over a year or two they suddenly sort of invested, and they got better and better at doing it, and the quality of it got better and better, and it got to a stage where you'd go in there, because again it's all within a couple of miles of where I used to live and still live, and I had some at the end of my career, so when ponies stopped producing a cricket boot, and I bought about 6 or 7 pairs. I bought all the size 13s they had and slowly went through them over 3 or 4 years. Went through them and think, right, I've got to go and do something else now. So I used to buy some basketball boots and get a sole put on it by Brian and Brenda. And you'd go in that shop and there'd just be dozens, quick single there by Higgins, good run, keep the scoreboard ticking over. There'd be dozens of pairs of boxes. Dozens of boxes. New Balance, Essex, Nike, Adidas. Basically the foot sending dozens of boxes there to have them, and these have been sent around the world, like Michael Clark was wearing them in Australia, people wearing them in the Caribbean. Almost this little cobbler's shop in Belmont Circle in Harrow, I wouldn't say became the epicentre of sort of, but they were doing dozens and dozens of pairs of these at the start of each season, a day, preparing them for the players for the summer. And it was almost that then reinvigorated the actual footwear producers to invest a little bit more, and all of a sudden Adidas, Nike, New Balance, Essex started producing a cricket shoe rather than, and sort of led to the modern day now where Obviously the footwear they get is of a lot higher quality than it was back in the 70s and 80s and 90s. But players don't get it right either. I always remember Stephen Finn. He had a footwear contract with the company. They changed the style of the boot. He loved the old style, but they wouldn't let him wear the old style because they wanted to wear the new style, and he couldn't get on with the new style, and he kept losing nails and toes and stuff like that. And you think, well, Finny, if I was you, I'd have told them where to go. I'm wearing the old boots, that's it. It's your career here. Forget the few grand that they're paying you for wearing their boots. Get something on your feet that's comfortable and you can run in hard and not worry about.
Yeah, the cutting out of the top of the boot was the other, either on the side, wasn't it, or on the top for your toe. It was going to be what I was going to go. So did you say it was Derek Pringle was one of the first that started doing it?
Yeah, I think he was actually. Pringle was the first with a cut. He was first with an earring, wasn't he, as well? Yeah.
Ooh, goes after that one again. Up the slope it goes. A couple that just died up the slope on him there, and then the one that he left alone had a bit more bite and bounce in it. 66 done on 62 for 7. Essex replacing Harmer with Allison at the nursery end. 14 overs till the second new ball's available. 10 minutes to lunch. Sussex one down on the south coast, won by 2 wickets against Durham.
Good start for them. Sussex had a difficult few years, but full credit to them actually. They've invested in some young cricketers, haven't they? They've given plenty of opportunities to some young players, and some of those may well start coming through and producing more consistently good performances than maybe they have done for a year or two.
Yeah, Haynes and Orr at the top. Allsop came in from Hampshire, didn't he? Brown leaving Sussex. Pujara, Clark, Carter, Garton, McAndrew, Carson, Hunt and Harry Crocombe. There's a little bit of chat about whether they'd get the All-Star team out at one point. I think it's been confirmed now that Archer won't play for Sussex before the Ashes. It's a beautiful ball from Snater to Higgins, but they got Robinson. So just going back up the slope. Just doing enough.
Yeah, just hold its line, and that good ball there from Snater.
I feel like I'm missing one. Pujara, Smith, Robinson, Archer. Is it just the 4 of them? We did an interview with, at a Brighton game with BBC Radio Sussex. And he was talking about whether they managed to get them all out on the field at the same time this summer at some point.
Just showing my age here, but I thought of Archer going into a Ashes test, and that's his first class game for how many years? Yes, it doesn't. It's where'd you start with that one?
Ooh. Just looped up off the face of the bat. Inside edge onto the pads. Looping back, but not close enough for Snater other than a gasp and a bit of excitement. Just asking a few questions here, Snater, before lunch from Feeling End.
He has. Sort of Middlesex batsman. Sort of, I suppose the way that a session goes, and it ebbs and flows a bit. Batsmen score quite freely for 4 or 5 overs. Bowler reacts, comes back with a couple of good overs. But that was a good over there by Snater. Beat outside edge of the bat on one occasion. A couple of balls nipped back. Caught the inside edge of the bat.
And then the batter's mind's naturally turning towards lunch as well. 5 minutes until the interval now.
Always a worrying time for Middlesex. Tend to, just me, lose wickets just before intervals. With Simpson last night.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a horrible one for John Simpson, that, wasn't it? See it so many times. A bad ball takes a wicket. Oh dear. Higgins will come and tell Holman, perhaps. Think about lunch at this stage. Obviously an awful long way behind in this match, still Middlesex, but having got this far, you want to get in at lunch, don't you, as these two batters?
Well, I say Allison probably beat Holman's bat 2 or 3 times in the previous over. I know he was looking to play the cut shot as he was there, but even so, half an inch and you're nicking it. Just saying, his sort of build up to. I remember once having a good discussion when I was playing with Stephen Fleming when he was the Middlesex captain one summer. I think it would have been 2001. And do you play for sessions or not? Do you play for the end of a session or not? You do, and all of a sudden you're in control. You start sort of playing a bit more hesitantly, but equally, or do you just say, well, no, we've got through the last hour and 50 minutes. Just make sure we don't do anything stupid. It's an interesting mindset, but if you think something's going to happen, it might happen. It's like sitting there now sort of fearing that Middlesex will, because you believe that over a season, there are a number of occasions when you do lose a wicket just before a break. And if you believe in it, then it's probably more likely to happen just because you're thinking about these things, aren't you, rather than just cracking on as normal.
It was just when Slater seemed to be getting a little bit happening there to Higgins, I kind of looked at the time and thought, was it where Higgins is being less positive now, the bowler's bowling at him more. I remember asking Ian O'Brien about it. He was the one I think he was summarising. It was that year when he was with Middlesex and he struggled with injuries, didn't he? He spent a fair bit of time up here, and I remember saying about 20 minutes out for lunch, their minds will be turning to lunch now. And he said, not 20 minutes out when it's too long. 10 minutes before the interval, batters will start thinking about lunch. But if you start thinking about it 20 minutes before lunch, it's too long a period to be in a negative mindset. So I think the match situation at that point was one where they were batting to save the game as opposed to accumulate runs.
A bit disappointed there. Holman missed out on a full toss. Get any sort of bat on that, would have raced away for 4 at fire leg, or a bit more bat on it through just behind square leg. Concentrating, this might be the last ball that he faces before the interval. Be time for one more over, possibly.
Yep, be one more before lunch. 162 for 7. Looking up at the clock face below Old Father time. It's clearly a couple of minutes to go. All of my devices have been saying minute 2, and it's just hit that, but you can look up and clearly see on the clock face. Just out a shot to the left there, below Old Father time. There's a couple of minutes still to go. There's that string of LBWs that we talked about at the top of the order. For Middlesex, 5 of them. There's old Father Time with the clock face below.
Father Time, was that, I'm trying to remember now, I should know my history at Lords, shouldn't I? Was that given to the MCC as an apology for a stand not being completed on time?
Is that right?
I might be wrong there, I might be right, I'm not sure. Iconic symbol, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Everybody thinks of the red brick pavilion opposite us, but on Father Time and that clock face.
Well, it used to be on the other side of the ground. It used to be in the old grandstand. Shifted over when the new grandstand was built.
And that clock face, a lot of people always talk about the clock face. Young cricketers behind the Compton stand. That's not the same clock face that was on there. Is that one still there? I remember people always asking me about it. Can you still see the clock face behind the Compton? But
I don't think it is. I think that clock face has been kept, because I just remember when I was on the MCC committee, there were designs of what we were doing, what was going to be done with the nursery ground, and part of that was a nice little wall on the edge of the nursery ground, with brick wall with that clock face in it. But whether that's the thing with the nursery ground is until recently, really. I think everybody's been wondering what to do with it. The original plans, because the building of the Compton Edric stand has gone into that, so the grass surface is not as big as it was. The idea was then that the nursery pavilions at the far end were taken down, and that was turned into a larger outfield, so that it became the same size grass surface as it was before the building started. But the reality of the situation now is that, and quite rightly so, is that how much adult cricket can you play on there? It's too small, and blokes hitting the ball, and men and women hitting the ball miles now. All of a sudden the ball goes out the ground, goes through a car windscreen, car veers off the road, causes an accident, boom, can you carry on playing? So I think there's an acceptance there that it could have modified rules, so somehow sort of be creative, like you hit the ball over the boundary, you're out. But there might be areas on the picket fence around that you hit between two posts, you get 6 or something. Anyway, trying to be a bit creative with how you can score your runs. But I think there's an acceptance that that it's going to remain the size it is and used essentially as a training facility rather than a match facility. Odd match, but well done Middlesex. Me talking through there, not getting nervous about us doing something stupid and losing a wicket just before lunch has transmitted its way through to the players. And to be fair, pretty good session by Middlesex this morning. Showed a lot of fight, especially these two. Battled hard for the last hour. And whilst Middlesex still a long way away from the 308 they require, the scoreboard with 162 for 7 on it is something that these two can feel pleased about, and the fact that they're making Essex work very hard for this victory.
Which again goes back to that first thing we said of the day about the fight that Middlesex have shown in this game, and actually that it'll come with a little bit of frustration that a few of those passages of play got away. Are you back with me today at all?
I think so,
okay.
Yeah. I don't think Fletcher's recruited.
I was going to ask
apologies to listeners, I'll be whittering on about something else after lunch.
I was going to ask a silly question, but it'll upset you, so I'm not going to if you're coming back. You know what I'd have asked. Anyway, 146 more to win. 162 for 7 is the score. Crucially for Essex, second new ball is available in 11 overs time. Join us back just before, 1:42 play to resume here at Lords. Middlesex 162 for 7. I just wanted to let you know I've spoken to So everybody, welcome back to Lords. Seems to get shorter and shorter, these lunch intervals. Here comes Higgins and Holman, and a long chat in the huddle there from Essex. Their job remains quite clear. 11 overs to that second new ball. They'll create chances again with it. Hold those chances if they come your way. Stick to what they've done all match long. Essex been pretty relentless and ruthless in everything they've done in the game. It's that one put down of Simpson that I can think of in the Middlesex first innings. Other than that, they've barely put a foot wrong in this match. And 162 for 7 with 146 runs still in the bag. They'll know one wicket can become 2 very quickly, whether they have to wait for the second new ball or not. It's going to be Allison's continue after lunch for the visitors. Bowled well before the interval and got past the edge of Holman's bat on a few attempted cuts, a couple of occasions. 18 off 7 so far for him with 2 maidens. But Holman and Higgins have done tremendously well for Middlesex here, from 93 for 7. Holman on 34, Higgins on 36, and well, they batted positively throughout this partnership, the pair of them, since the loss of Eskenazi. Lips away down the leg side. Another one he just missed out on getting a tickle on that one. There was one just before lunch as well, a full bunger down the leg side. But yeah, since the loss of Eskenazi, these two have batted with freedom, but again, a calmness, a composure, but also that competitive, combative nature which both of them associated with. Not shrinking violets, either of them, let's put it that way, out in the middle. Another one down the leg side from Allison. .308 was the target when Essex were bowled out for 211 by Middlesex yesterday. 146, bearing in mind it's been a relatively low scoring game. 146 more runs is still an awful lot of runs. Essex 266 and 211. Middlesex 170 all out, recovering from 20 for 5, of course, in that first innings. Which remains the biggest difference between the sides in this innings. Been other points as well where the sharpness just hasn't quite been there. The opening game of the season. Don't know how much more time actually Essex got out in the pre-season than Middlesex did. I understand they did get a fair bit more in time in the middle as bowlers as well as batters, and Middlesex did than their match at Surrey, the indoor, or the net at Merchant Taylor School. Just slip out. The release looks a little bit different from Allison. There it goes. Angus Fraser's alongside myself, Kevin Hand, again for the afternoon session. Still 65 overs remaining of the game. That's the other part, besides the runs, where wickets to go. We've talked about Murtagh batting for a considerable period of time to save a game. We wouldn't quite fancy that that's still in its capability.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I don't think a draw is part of the equation here, but just interesting watching the first couple of balls and Allison sliding them down the leg side. Sort of have games where, periods where never see it caught down the leg side. We've had 3 in this game, haven't we? Cook was the first man out, Eskenazi, and Wesley I think was out. Murtagh got him, didn't he? Strangled him down the leg side in the Essex second innings. Well, Allison's a bit frustrated that he's bowled the ball wide enough for Holman to have a cut at it. It's a shot that Holman's played a few times either side of lunch now and missed on all occasions.
Lovely ball to end the over.
That's something you persevere with, even. That's the word. Still needing 146 runs to win. A long way away. So oh yeah, partnership, but look at the scoring rates. Middlesex scoring 2 and a bit and over. It's another 50 overs of batting. 300 balls, what can happen? You sort of look at it like that.
Only takes 3 deliveries for Essex. Anyone chuntering in your ear at lunch? Did you manage to avoid everybody asking about, well, if they get it down to double figures? That in itself's a long way in a low-scoring game, 146 more to win. But one thing certainly of note is Higgins has been a real shining light with the bat in this match, but for one delivery from Harmer, and an extraordinary delivery it was in the first innings to bowl Higgins, his batting has been really a joy to behold. And on a pitch where even Lawrence in his century was put down, he was quite aggressive to find his runs at times. Higgins has batted with a fair bit of fluency. Single more, moves into 37.
Well, he's already in this game shown his value and shown what he's going to offer Middlesex for hopefully many years to come. Competitive with the ball, 3 or 4 wickets in the match. 60. He scored about 60, I think it was around about 60 in the first innings, and 40 runs here. So, yeah, all-round package is one that shows is a fine asset for Middlesex to have.
On the floor, 4 runs it'll be. Holman moves to 38. Again, they keep nudging past each other, these two, don't they? Holman's just back into the lead again. Higgins on 37. Soft hands again. He had that one off Harmer, didn't he? You mentioned the soft hands that he played it into the ground.
It's like that cliched football line. He's got nice touch for a big man. Well, why should a big man have worse touch than a small man?
Higgins just turned 28 in January. Seems like he's been around forever, doesn't it? Played against Somerset for Middlesex in 2014 at the Oval. In T20 was his debut. It was just a group stage match, as I remember, wasn't it? 2014. Joe Denley scored a century in that match. So Denley got 98 not out. Higgins 44 not out. Lords was unavailable for whatever reason, so Middlesex shuffled down to the Oval in the South Group.
I think we've got an unbeaten record at the Oval in home games.
Yeah.
Because there was the famous semi-final there that we played against Lancashire when David Milan got 100.
Against Flintoff. I don't think Anderson was playing that game. We had big guns out for that one, Lancashire. Middlesex at 30 odd for 5, I think. Milan got the century.
I remember watching that at a pub in Bushy Arches. For some reason I've been up at Stanmore Cricket Club, so my local club. Nipped out and went to a pub right next to Bushy Station where the cricket was on, and it lured me into staying there for a couple of hours.
Good shot for 1 from Higgins, level on 38 with Holman. That wasn't the first time, was it? The, as you quite rightly say, unbeaten record at the Oval for Middlesex, but I don't think that was the first time that it was used as a home venue. 176 for 7. They lost Godalman for 1, Shah for 0, Joyce for 8. Morgan made 33, Ben Scott made 1. So they were 21 for 4, then 101 for 5 where Morgan fell. 21 from Tyrone Henderson as well, who was up here the other day. Kartik and Finn didn't bat. Look at that. Mercer came in ahead of Kartik. Chapel, Cork, Flintoff, Sajid Mahmood. What a bad bowling lineup that he did it against. Milan coming in at 6. 103 from 54 deliveries, 10 fours and 6 sixes. A couple of times now Holman, well, more than a few times, Holman struggled with what is a favoured shot, a strength of his, a cut, a punch off the back foot.
I'm just looking at there is how close Allison's foot is to the return crease. Oh, yeah, he's okay. He sort of kicks out before it lands, doesn't it? I was thinking, is he close to bowling a no ball there? Coming round the wicket.
There was a game either side of that actually. I said that there was something like 31 for 5. They were against Northamptonshire, similarly, just either side of that game, something like 31 for 5 at Uxbridge. Johan van der Vaart had gone through the top order and Milan recovered it from 31 for 5 or so to score a century and recover the innings for Middlesex. And I can't remember whether it was the game before or the game after, or maybe memory fails, doesn't it? It could have been 2 or 3 games before or after, but similar situation. Middlesex 21 for 4 in that one. Milan comes up with the century. That one's away down the leg side. There's been a few of those where Holman hasn't been able to help it on its way, and it's Byers on this occasion, gets past Rossington, who has done very well, because that's probably the 4th, maybe 5th time from around the wicket that Allison's really sent one darting back down the slope. Holman hasn't been able to help it on its way, not on this occasion either, but gets through Rossington.
All runs are important, but you say not. You do fear that sort of somewhere Holman might get a little tickle on one through to Rossington, but that one was just a little bit wider, kept it a little bit low. Rossington still letting his lunch digest. Didn't want to upset it by diving. That used to be the case here. The end of the 72nd over, Middlesex 172 for 7. But when I started Middlesex, there was a lady called Nancy who used to do the food in the players' dining room and also for the committee dining room too. Feisty Irish lady, and everything was roast potatoes, roast beef, roast chicken, roast lamb, roast pork. Every day was lunch with was a roast, and lunches were food was lovely. So food was gorgeous. Keith Brown used to go up there and give lunch a crack. He was the Middlesex wicket-keeper. And if you bowled one down the leg side after lunch, he just waved it through, to be honest. He wasn't going to dive and sort of risk sort of stirring up the huge plate of food that he'd just sort of put down.
Who was the skipper that had a set to with Nancy? And wasn't it something along the lines of you stick to the
well, there were some
cricket
expletives, so which you can't say here.
Indeed, yeah. That's why Gat's springing to mind, but equally...
No, it wasn't Gat, it was Brearley.
It was Brearley, wasn't it?
It was, and I'll make sure I have to get this right.
Yeah, exactly, take your time.
But yeah, Mike Brearley asking about, I suppose, could there be a bit something lighter, something a bit more sort of energy orientated, like pasta or salad on the menu, and it was, Michael, you look after the expletive cricket and I will look after the expletive food. And Breard obviously never asked again.
Did Gat write the reply for Nancy to deliver back?
No. But it was, we used to, I say, there've been, so there was Nancy, then there was Alan and Linda, and then there was Ali, and now there's Andrew, who obviously is in charge. So there's been 4 sort of people overseeing that area and those two rooms in the 40 years that I've been here. And each time there's a change, or sometimes each time Middlesex as a club, you've got a different strength and conditioning coach. They come in and they sort of think, well, one of the first things we've got to do is to get the food sorted. It's all right, we'll have a meeting. And you go up there and you walk out with your tail between your legs. We had one actually. John Stevenson was in charge of cricket, and we sat up there with I think it was with Ali, and he was very sort of open to that sort of lighter foods, pastas, salads, sort of nutritional things. I mean, the food's always been magnificent there, so I'm never questioning that.
Too good is the issue, isn't it? It's too good.
So we sat up there and we thought we'd got someone, and then John Stevenson came in. He hadn't been at the meeting, he sort of walked in late, and he's in charge of cricket, and said, what's been decided? This has been decided. And he said, no, it's not. That's not happening. I said, what do you mean it's not happening? He said, no. He said, all the players come here, and one of the reasons why they say Lords is such a special place to visit is because of lunches, and I'm not changing it, so they're walking away saying it's changed and it's not as good as it used to be. So hang on, Stan. So that's hurt his hand. He's stuck a hand out there. Rossington, 2 more buys, I would suggest. But that looked to be a painful blow on the left hand there for Rossington, and some discomfort. Whacked him on the thumb.
You can feel it, can't you, just seeing that?
Yeah, so John Stevenson, I said, hang on, Stan, we're spending 60 quid a day on players' food here or whatever it is, and we can't even pick what's on the menu. And he said, yeah, that's right. So we can't, how are we going to affect pitches when we can't even affect lunch? Rossington seems okay. As I said before, I think tough little so-and-so's wicket keepers. All those little blows on the hands, on the fingers, standing up to the stumps when the bat's flashing, balls flashing in the gloves at 65, 70 miles an hour, standing up. You've got to be a brave person to take that job on.
Is it the same lunch that's served in the committee room as is served to the players, or is that a separate menu?
No, it's the same.
I've been invited to the committee room for lunch, but I've never actually made it over there. 'Cause as I just said when we came back on air here, you know, these 40 minutes seem to get shorter and shorter each time. There's not time to get around in lunch, but kindly been invited over. One day I'll get there.
Well, you better not be working.
Yeah. Fall asleep in the afternoon.
Well, no, it'd take you 10 minutes to get there, 10 minutes to get back. That means you've got to scoff it down. You wouldn't really enjoy it.
Rain delay day, perhaps.
Yeah. But you used to say there's so looking at the pavilion there, and to the right hand side, obviously the visitors' dressing room at the front, and then above that there's the committee room, dining room, with a balcony, so the guests in there can have their lunch, then sort of wander out onto the balcony with a glass of red wine or port or whatever it is, and watch the cricket. And I used to sort of say, or feel, the little inside edge there down the fine leg, used to sort of feel that the glasses in that obviously in the people in the committee room were drinking through had a remarkable quality, because the walls in that building are about sort of 2 foot thick, but obviously looking through the bottom of a glass you can see through those walls and see exactly what's taking place on the field, because they'd come out and tell you exactly what you've been doing wrong for the last 2 hours, even though they'd not watched a ball on the balcony, just sat in there enjoying a lovely lunch and a couple of glasses of red. But so they've obviously sort of got X-ray vision at the bottom of those wine glasses.
Wisdom dinner coming up soon. What's the date today? Yeah, a week or so away for the Wisdom dinner. Will you be going along to that one?
No, I haven't been invited, and I suppose I haven't been for a few years actually.
usually see you there, don't I? Thought you.
I've been to a few of them. It's an edge there by Higgins. A slightly sort of tentative push, but he's got it down to third man. Middlesex conceded a few runs down there. It's amazing sometimes. You watch Tim Murtagh bowl and it sort of slips away for 4, and it's a genuine edge, and it's not quite reached the boundary, so a lot depends on the first bounce, doesn't it? Whether that went in the air a little bit, and a bit higher, so lose more pace when it hits the ground, whereas Murtagh sort of almost just rolled the whole way, didn't they? From the bat. 3 more runs.
On 78 for 7. Five overs to that second new ball for Essex. This one replaced about 15 overs or so ago, didn't they? 20 overs ago, maybe 55 overs. They got a replacement. Edged now. Didn't carry to the right of slip. One point I was going to come to there is it's in a change in field that they're down to 1 slip and a gully. Would there have been a second slip having a chance getting across in front of Cook there? It would have been that little bit deeper. Maybe not. Went a long way to his right though, didn't he? Might have just carried to a second.
Sort of catch that gentleman we were talking about a while ago might have taken. Best slipper that I've probably ever seen, actually.
Ollie Rayner?
Yeah.
Ricky Clark was up there as well. He was in the commentary box next door first couple of days of this match, and he and Rayner would have comfortably been the best 2 slippers over the last 2 decades or so, I guess.
But Rayner had just, I mean, if he was at second slip, he'd just scoop that up, and as though it was the easiest thing in the world, wasn't it? Just remarkable reactions. Just a stunning slip fielder, absolutely stunning.
Always remember one he took above his head. I don't remember who the bowler was or what the batter was, the situation, but I can just remember that image of him, one-handed in the air, leaping. Big guy as he was, 6'7" or so, 6'6".
I just remember I was playing a game here. I think it was Stuart Law's first year against Lancashire. It was a sort of quite a close. Was it against Lancashire? Lancashire might have been in the first division then. Could have been against Lancashire anyway. Sort of getting game we won. Here when James Harris broke Hamid's hand, I think. and Ollie was struggling with his knee, which he did for quite a bit of his career, and always trying to get off the field, and like saying, no, you can change the game, sort of by taking a catch or doing something, even if you're just around gully or anywhere between gully and first slip, and he did. There was sort of a flash, and he just leapt to his right like a salmon and just took this absolutely stunning catch, and all of a sudden the game, that was the breakthrough, and the last 2 or 3 wickets that Middlesex required came quite quickly, and he really kick-started that by just pulling an unbelievable catch from nowhere.
Great thing about the streams now is the catches get caught in them all, don't they? I was just thinking back, would we be able to go back and find that Rayner catch? But so many of them were out of shots because it was the old static camera, wasn't it?
It was, but as you say, I mean, a county career for a player now is going to be on video, isn't it? You're going to be able to locate it somewhere, and you look back at, well, it's like the Middlesex players taking the mickey out of me. What sort of bowler were you, type of thing? And you struggle to sort of find some Middlesex video of matches that you played, or spells that you produced, or how you used to bowl, sort of. But nowadays you could look at a game and watch it ball by ball, couldn't you? You could watch a bowler bowl an entire sort of 8-over spell from 15 years ago, in 15 years' time, which is quite nice for everybody, really, isn't it?
Well, we sit here doing these commentaries over the years, and eventually the static cameras were fed online as well. Well, first you got the replays from them, then it was fed as a stream, wasn't it? Now, of course, the advance. So the great camera work that we have done at the grounds, but that was always the biggest frustration. You kind of, the second slip catch, you slip and being shot. It'd always be Ollie, wouldn't it? Second slip, it'd be like just out of shot, wouldn't it? When eventually you'd manage to catch hold of the video. End of the 76th, 178 for 7. 4 to the second new ball. Actually, I got a feeling Ryan Higgins was on one of those famous static camera ones. Didn't he hit a seagull or something? Skied the ball down at Hove. Higgins, he went for a 6 down at Hove. Kind of up in the air it goes, and then you kind of see the two batters kind of coming together halfway up the track, thinking what's going on, and then they have to keep running. All of a sudden, the poor old seagull drops out of the sky in this static camera. Down the leg side. Chase on. Chase, which Will be one down there by Porter. Holds into a couple. Two more for Higgins. $180 for 7. Bullseye still a long way off for Middlesex at the moment, though. Watchfully done. There was a bit of force to it from Higgins, but they'll have this second new ball in mind. This pair now. We talk about getting towards an interval. How much should batters allow it to get into their mind at all, change their mindset, or should they continue doing what they've been doing? But the second new ball just around the corner now. I'm sure both of these would like to be there to face it.
They'd like to be there to face it for 40 overs, I think.
Has he got him? He has. It's a little high. Was it the back foot? Higgins makes his way off. Just short of that second new ball, as we said. They'd have been desperate to get up to it, the pair of them.
Yeah, just looking at Higgins there, I'm not sure whether he was, well, I suppose if you're being critical, was he looking to work that to the leg side, bit straight, maybe not playing with the full face of the bat, and missed it. Oh, it's probably, I'm doing him a disservice there. It's actually quite a good ball. It's held its line and beat him on the outside edge. So a good bit of bowling there by Snater. Ball hitting him in front of middle and off. Fairly simple decision for the umpire, and Middlesex, I say, their excellent partnership between these two. Shown a lot of patience, a lot of fight, but it's been broken. And so with Roland Jones and Merton to come. Obviously Roland Jones, a very capable batsman, but there's got a lot to do here, and Higgins disappointingly walks off without raising his bat to a nice bit of appreciative applause. Rightly so from the crowd. I think they do respect the fight that he's shown there. But a big breakthrough for Essex.
Yeah, a little shake of the head from Higgins. On that replay, it was a really good ball, wasn't it? Good decision, I think. Very.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of see the ball nip miles and you think, oh, that's a great ball, but it only has to move half the width of a bat, doesn't it? So sort of 2 or 3 inches, which is sort of minimal in degrees, but it's enough to just beat the outside edge.
111 runs in the match for Ryan Higgins. Outstanding performance from him in what's been a low-scoring game. Essex 266 and 211, Middlesex 170 and 180 now, of which Higgins has contributed 111. Bowled by an absolute beaut in the first innings by Harmer, and again a good one there from Snater. Over to the skipper.
But again, I suppose looking at the match and thinking, well, from Middlesex perspective, going to walk off having been defeated at home, which is disappointment, but looking through the team, Higgins had a good game. His season's off and running, got runs and wickets. John Simpson batted very well in the first innings, played pretty well yesterday as well until he was out, sort of strangled to a full toss, but again, a bit disappointed with the shot.
Edge gone, Snater's on a hat-trick, and Essex nearly there. It was only ever going to take a couple of deliveries for the visitors. So many runs in the bank, and their persistence paying off. Cook with the catch. And a hat-trick delivery coming up for Mertens to face against Snater. At the start of the next over.
Well, that looked a good ball and an excellent catch by Alistair Cook at slip. Again, when the keeper stood up, you sometimes don't see the ball that cleanly, but it's gone there. It's gone sharply to his right, and we've almost sort of seen him get in that position on hundreds of occasions for Middlesex fielding at slip. Sorry, for Middlesex, for England fielding at slip. But a fine catch there by Alistair Cook, and it can only be a matter of time now before Essex take a victory they richly deserve. They've played better than Middlesex in this game. Outplayed Middlesex at the important moments, the start of each innings, and looked like wrapping up a 120-odd run victory.
Which is exactly the margin that we pretty much put our fingers on. Said that, you know, you look at the passages of play in this match, count for roughly about 120 at least. Middlesex heading for a 120-run defeat here. Doesn't take too much to work it out as to where it went wrong, but I think that was what you said, wasn't it? 120 runs minimum. Some of the bad passages cost Middlesex in the game.
I was wondering whether there'd be a change of bowling anyway just before the new ball came along. Sort of Harmer maybe to have a couple, but I suppose. But I was going to say one of the benefits of being captain would be to bring yourself on, whether he'd have brought himself, but he's not captain, Wesley's captain. But Harmer on, two left-handers. Harmer made short work of Murtagh in the first innings, and I think the back of Murtagh's mind might be, don't really want to face a second new ball, even though it's not exactly Ambrose and Walsh running in. But maybe a few shots played now.
We're not expecting Old Trafford 2014 from Murtagh then? Solid defence from home. Holman started the 78th, or Scarborough 2016. It was actually in his early days at Middlesex a great number of innings. He and Sean Udall used to regularly share partnerships. Lovely from Harmer.
In years gone by, Holman would not get out here. The lower order batsmen would love a bit of red ink, a little asterisk next to the name, simply not out. And go after their average. But I don't sort of get the feeling Holman's that sort of player. But he's going to try and keep as much of the strike as he can. Swept to 2 there. But again, just looking at the Middlesex team, we're saying Higgins had a good game, Simpson spent some good time at the crease. Holman, again, would have benefited from this innings, and also bowled encouragingly during the match. And Toby Rowland-Jones with his 7 wickets. So there's 4 players really that are off and running. I know Murtagh got 4 wickets in the second innings. He's missed that one. Another sweep gone through Rossington. Just be 2 byes. Bottom edge, so 2 further runs to Holman, who probably maybe has got his height on a half century, but equally, I know Keith Brown, who was the Middlesex keeper, who loved a bit of red ink. Little not outs at the end of the season, get the average up.
Just a single, once face of the over for Mercer. Bringing out another helmet, surround the bat against Mercer. actually did bat a little bit more sensibly when he was club captain, when he was in charge of the side last year, didn't he? I remember a couple of innings where he seemed to have his head down. I thought a few of his previous captains and managing directors of cricket might have preferred to see that a few years ago. Oh, nearly pushed it to the bat pad.
Quite a simple chance, that, to be fair. Oh, it's just died on him, didn't it, really? It's almost sort of tried to snap it up, but didn't quite get far enough forward, and needs to stretch them hamstrings a little more. Homer can have a laugh. He knows that bar a remarkable period of play, Essex are going to return to Chelmsford with a W next to their name.
Snater is going to try and return there with a hat-trick. Be Holman to face it. Lancashire up next for Essex at Chelmsford on Thursday, and Middlesex go away to Northamptonshire. Surrey, Hampshire, I think, is the one that everybody's looking at as the big game in the next round. Kevin Howells told me he was heading down there for 5 Live Sports Extra. Rejecting the single, Holman. Rejected the hat-trick ball as well.
Yeah, just looking at the way that Holman's set himself up there, you get the feeling he's going to look to thrash a few down towards that tavern side boundary, although the field that's been set with a deep square leg and a deep fine leg suggests that a couple of short balls might be coming his way.
I was just about to wonder, knowing Holman, how he bats, how he plays, how imaginative he is with the bat some of the times, whether if they do deliver that short ball, will he start uppercutting them?
That's a classy shot, isn't it? You wouldn't have seen that played 25 years ago, but batsmen now score all round the park, 360 degrees, and it's a great skill to have.
Marcus Trescothick, was he one of the first to uppercut?
Could well have been, yeah. Actually, there's some highlights. I tripped across a bit of cricket last night, flitting between the channels because the Masters wasn't on, and they had 2005 Ashes, and Trescothick uppercut a couple for 6 there in 2005.
No run. Yeah, I remember Trescothick grabbing the attention. I don't particularly remember, particularly in England anyway, anybody doing it prior to that. When I was a kid growing up, everybody always talking about anybody ever be able to cut it for 6.
Robin Smith was one of the first players to do it, wasn't he? He sort of cut very hard. I remember him top edging a couple of cuts in Australia once on the Ashes tour that I was on, that went over third man for 6.
So it's the single for the 4th ball of the over, 2 to come. Holman on to 49. Straight back down to have a chat with Mercer. Is he double his age? What's Holman? Is he 22 now? I think he might be, actually. Mercer's 42, isn't he? So I was thinking if Holman was 21, but he's 22 now.
I can make Mercer feel old, can I? Closer to me than you are to Holman.
Yeah.
In age.
Second ball that he faces. Drives it in front of points, and they take 2. Mercer's off the mark. There was someone, was it Carey, took a wicket for Middlesex, and it was put to him at the end of the game that when he took his first class wicket, Josh Carey wasn't even born.
It should be a backhanded compliment, that, really, shouldn't it? But Doesn't come across as that, though. Yeah. When it's said, the tone of what it's said normally.
Ooh, that's a swats at that into the onside. Those two shots there actually are very... Tim Edderby played them with a little bit more control and sensibility than perhaps he sometimes does. You often see him clear that front foot, either just carve it away through the offside or clear that front foot and drag it to the onside, but both of those are played a little bit more tamely than Mercer innings that we are more accustomed to seeing in the latter stages of his career. It's a lovely Sunday afternoon here at Lord's. We're at Essex, looking to start the season with a win. 192 for 9, Middlesex 116 shy of the target, which, yeah, I think I said to somebody downstairs, 70 runs, Middlesex are going to lose this by 70 or 80 runs probably. That second new ball comes around, they haven't quite needed it, Essex. But they'll kick themselves because of the low margin of the defeat. Themselves over a couple of passages of play at least, probably 3 or 4 across the whole game, but beside that, not that far away from Essex, which is what they'll have to take out of the game. Everybody's trying to be careful of the way it's worded, it's a wake-up call or a shot in the arm. A gentle reminder that Division 1 will be that little bit more relentless and ruthless than Division 2 in terms of having a slow passage yourself or allowing opposition to really get heavily on top in a particular session. Ooh, nothing on it this time. Looking for his 50, Holman.
But you look at, I suppose, one of Middlesex's perceived strengths this year is the top 3. Robson, Stoneman, Milan.
Rejects the single for his 50.
And they've got fewer than 10 runs from those 3 in the match. So, good enough players. That's a swept, that's his 50. Well played, Luke Holman. It's going to go away for 4. Three runs, but excellent innings by him. Challenging conditions, quality spinner that he's played against in Harmer. 2 fine county bowlers in Porter and Cook. And came in a difficult position. 109 balls, so he's had 3 hours of batting out there, which should serve him well as the summer goes on. He can walk away feeling well he's into the season. Other players are still searching. We're talking about the 3 players at the top of Middlesex order. Robson, Stoneman and Milan. Yet Stoneman yet to get off the mark. Did he bag a pair? Robson, Norton 3 or 4, and Milan, Norton. Very elegant, Tim. But survived another over. So yeah, there's that area there is where I suppose you could argue Essex have grabbed hold of that match in the way that they've kept those 3 players quiet, well not quite quiet, very quiet.
Yeah, and that was probably the area where you expected the biggest difference, and I know when you were weighing up the match.
Actually,
all the
they
way
scored
through.
7 runs, those 3 between them.
Yeah, 7 in the match. That was the area where you thought Lightning won't strike twice in the second innings. You fancy one of them at that of the top 3 there. I'll be able to pull out something, and then it'll be over to Harmer perhaps to be the one to bowl Essex to victory. But Essex came storming through at the top again. That new ball at the start of the second innings. 80 overs done. Is that a new ball in hand?
I think it is going to be taken, just watching
There's a lot of... Yeah, there we go. It wasn't a new ball, but this one is.
Costing Middlesex another 60 quid.
Yeah.
Just finish off with the whole ball there, yeah.
Certainly Mercer.
Well, Middlesex will have a ball that's about 5 overs old to put in the box for next home game against Notts. So if one goes out of shape, just grab the one that's used at the end of this game.
Lose one early in the game at Merchant Taylor's later in the summer. It's more a Radlett where the balls get lost, isn't it? Is it a second new ball then, Snater? Holman rejects the single out to deep square. He's going to make Essex wait.
Well, the one thing for Holman here, and whilst the field isn't set attackingly at this moment in time, after 4 balls, undoubtedly Wesley will bring the 3 fielders that are on the boundary up. Well, certainly 2 of them anyway, I would imagine, to keep Murder on strike. But you get full value for your shots. If you're looking to be aggressive, new ball will ping off the bat a bit harder and find the gaps. Could score a few boundaries like that.
4 runs. .99 for 9. His top score 82, Luke Holman, at Hove last year. Good response from Snater. This will be his 4th, sorry, this is his 5th first class 50. Average of 30 already for the youngster. It's one that you'd only expect to go up, really. The talent he's got, the ability, and the composure.
Well, I suppose, I mean, if Holman continues to score runs like he has done, then he maybe commands a place higher up the order, if not. But you sort of saw with Maharaj coming that he could have been a casualty. So Maharaj's disappointing, frustrating injury.
Carves that one. Quite get hold of it, but enough to get clear of cover. In the air for a bit. Picks up a single, 2 to come of the over.
So Maharaj's injury has given him the chance now to play and a chance to get more experience. And it's always a sort of, I suppose, a bit of a dilemma, isn't it, for a club? Brings a 200 up for Middlesex. Always a bit of a dilemma for a club, isn't it? You want, obviously, to be winning, to be competitive, to be up there, but you also want to be giving opportunities to younger players. I mean, we lost Ryan Higgins a number of years ago because he didn't get the opportunities he was looking for, and it's a real sort of quandary that you face as in the management.
Oh, Murta. That doesn't leave Holman in any doubt about how this will play out.
I'll keep my microphone down just in case an expletive comes out that I later sort of hauled in front of Fletch to explain.
Change up at the field for Mercer. They did have a, and they are going to have another. They're going to they know his game. Deep backward point. Mercer opens that face into the offside, or he drags it with a hook or a pull into the onside if it's short. Carves it over mid-on for 4. 204 for 9. Mercer moves to 6.
It's actually a very good shot. Held his position and struck the ball beautifully. He's normally sort of given himself about a couple more feet down the leg side when he's tried to play that, but a really nice strike of the ball there by Murta.
That was the Murta of Scarborough 2016 as opposed to the Murta of Old Trafford 2014. I should look up and see how long he batted for there. Only about 50 odd deliveries he faced with Harris in 2014. It felt like more. A long period of time. Coleman rejecting the single with a reverse sweep. Probably trying to get it away fine. He felt as though that reverse sweep just had a little bit more of a twist in it from him, trying to get it away for 2. Oh, goes for the big hit into the onside. I guess that makes up Holman's mind fully, doesn't it? Mercer's going to go for the shot, so he may as well. Sweeps hard at that one. And how much of it has he got? Umpire's just waited on a confirmation. 4 runs. Lost it myself. 208 for 9.
Fine shot.
Single taken to the deep mid-off, 2 to come of the over. Holman on 62. Down to double figures, 99 for Middlesex.
You've been waiting for that, haven't you? You were just going to say that if Middlesex was still 7 down, as if to say, ooh, I've still got a chance.
If they were 7 down, I might have at that point said, oh, double figures, 7 down, just maybe. Mercer batted for 103 minutes and 81 deliveries at Old Trafford, with Harris, who batted for 135 minutes and 109 deliveries to save that match. Morgan batted 128 minutes, 105 deliveries. Sam Robson 140 minutes, 106 deliveries. Milan and Dexter both over 100 minutes as well. Oh, look at that turn. Now this is the factor that we really fancied on the final day, wasn't it, Harmer, if it came to it? If only one of the top 3 had got going for Middlesex, gave them a foundation for this 308. You always thought, well, they're going to get that second new ball now, and they're going to have Harmer.
But to be fair, I mean, Middlesex have played Harmer pretty well here. 24 overs, 1 for 72. So after the way we saw the ball fizzing past the edge on a few occasions at the back end of Middlesex's first innings, you thought that he would be the major wicket threat, but it's been the seamers that have done the damage. Porter, Cook and and Snater.
Roland Jones actually batted for 1 hour and 20 minutes in that game as well. Thinking how long they all batted. It really was a team effort to save the game. Looking at it, everybody had chipped in time-wise. The shortest innings was 33 minutes, that of Joe Denley. Everybody else batted for at least an hour. 341 for 8 to save the game.
Porter back on.
Oh, nearly chopping on.
So Snater on a hat-trick, given the chance, didn't happen. Well, the first over with a new ball, but Wester returned to season performer.
Could be thinking about his first-class best here. Holman 82, as we said, 20 away. He'll look to play a few shots now as well. So what's that one back past Mercer, rejects the single to mid-on. What were Mercer's other finest hours with the bat? Scarborough is the other one that springs to mind. He and Roland Jones going so well Yorkshire 406, Middlesex 577, and then bowling them out for 167. First innings defeat in Yorkshire's history at Scarborough. Innings and 4-run victory for Middlesex. Very balanced, had got a century in the first innings, 132.
Great place to play cricket, Scarborough, isn't it?
Good place to commentate as well, it's really enjoyable.
Good crowds, small little intimate ground, pitch that always seems to produce good cricket, doesn't it?
Oh, Holman one-handed, gets it away in between mid-wicket and mid-on. Pick up 2. No, they'll settle on the 1, 2 to go the over for Mertz to face.
Middlesex had 2 or 3 excellent games of cricket at Scarborough, didn't they? I mean, obviously that one that we won, there was another game that fought back really well. John Simpson batted brilliantly. I think he got 100 up there, didn't he? On a testing pitch against a good attack.
Enjoyed that, the Lancashire lad. Mertz swings and misses. I thought he got an edge on that. Just went away down the slope. On to come with the over. Oh, he's bowled him. There it is. Mertz misses straight one. 210 all out. Essex wrap up victory by 97 runs, which is about the margin of the match. As we said, Middlesex probably fought and took it a little bit closer than perhaps the overall 3.5 days. Shaking hands with Alistair Cook as well. Harmer. Brilliant from Holman again. 63 from him, and he and Higgins. A good number of others walk out of the game with heads held high. Not that anybody should dip their heads at this stage of the season, but yeah, it's a game that Middlesex will look back and, again, with a jolt in the arm, however you want to phrase it, certainly a game with a couple of things that they just have to sharpen up going into the season, heading up to Northamptonshire.
Yeah, it's fitting that Porter took that final wicket. It was the start of Middlesex's first innings that wreaked havoc. It really set Middlesex back. Finishes the match with, did he get 5 or 6 or 7 wickets? Sorry, 7 or 8 wickets in the game. Bowled beautifully, bowled immaculate line and length, and really set the tone for Essex in the field. So, as you said there, yes, it's a game of sort of new balls really, and setting the tone. Middlesex failed to do that with the ball in each innings really, and Essex did. And if you look at the 100-run margin that exists between the two sides, that comfortably takes care of that. Middlesex's top 3 batsmen scored 7 runs between them during the game. You expect a far greater number than that, and you will get a far greater number from that during the season. Moments like this, you sort of wonder, has Alistair Cook got how longer contracts he got with Essex?
I'm sure.
Is this the last time one of the greatest cricketers that England's produced walks off the field at Lord's as a player? If this is his last year, I don't know whether it is, but Cook walks off victorious, happy. As do Essex do. Deserve their win. Excellent start to the season for them. Lawrence has led the side off, so tells you what Essex think. They believe that innings, which was a fantastic innings by him in the first innings, scoring 100, has won that game for his side, and they probably has, along with the bowling of Porter.
Well, yeah, again, it was another moment, wasn't it? Dropped on 32, second slip. Lawrence put down by Robson, but Simpson similarly was dropped on 6 in that first Middlesex innings, and he went on to hit 63. That's all part of cricket, isn't it? Drop catches. So there's just small moments in the match, isn't there? Where you just think, well, just that little passage there. We looked at some bigger moments across the game, but a couple of small moments here and there. But 4 for 4 ultimately is a very difficult position to covering a match 20 for 5.
Well, they're saying you only get one chance to make a first impression, and Essex's first impressions in this game were better than Middlesex's.
Pretty much sums it up. Angus Fraser, thanks very much for your time. Look forward to seeing you the next game here, I'd imagine. Not on your way to Northamptonshire, eh?
I'm not sure yet, but I'll obviously be here for nuts and look forward to boring the pants off everybody there.
No, I appreciate your company. Appreciate the stories
Enjoyed
as well. Thank you very much to Angus Fraser, all the guests throughout this game, from the stream team here at Lords as well. Thanks for your company. We'll be back for the next home game, but of course Middlesex on their way to Northamptonshire on Wednesday night to play their second game. Northants in action at the moment against Kent, who are 93 for 3, needing 134 more to win. Thanks for your company the last few days here at Lords. Hope you enjoyed the commentary. Thanks very much for your company over the 4 days. We say goodbye to you. Have a lovely Sunday afternoon. Essex wrapping up this one by 97 runs.